Chapter 3401. Heading to the Strongest World. Previously, when the experts from the Firefox Valley had arrived, no one in the Great Change Nebula sect could fight back. They could only grit their teeth and endure the humiliation. However, a handsome young man suddenly appeared. With a punch and a sentence, those experts from the Firefox Valley were like stray dogs, rolling out like gourds. So domineering. The disciples of the Grand Change Nebula sect said in admiration. This was the martial Dao that they pursued and the martial artist that they looked up to. The elders of the Grand Change Nebula sect smiled bitterly. This kind of prestige and pride should have belonged to the Grand Change Nebula sect. But now, he's back. The old ancestor of the Grand Change Nebula sect saw this scene with his own eyes. His heart was filled with bitterness. The remorse that had just weakened was now even stronger. Especially when he saw the blue-robed young man, he felt like he was in a dream. This young man was once chased by the experts of the Yen state. Now, he returned to the Yen state proudly, as if he was telling everyone in the Yen state that he was back. And the Yen state could do nothing about it. If this person was still in the Grand Change Nebula sect, what would it mean? The old ancestor of the Grand Change Nebula sect shook his head. He knew what it meant. It must mean that the Grand Change Nebula sect had become the #1 sect in the Yen state. Master. At this moment, an excited voice was heard. Only then did people see Xianxia. The elders, especially, were all smiling. Xianxia was back. The disciple who had escaped from the sect in the past had finally returned. Moreover, they felt that this disciple who was too ashamed to meet others had returned with pride. This was because this disciple had an even better successor. He was called the son of the devil. Senior brother Xing, you're back. All the elders walked over and bowed to Xianxia excitedly. However, they didn't treat Xianxia like this in the past. In front of Xianxia, they only put on the airs of a senior brother. But now their attitude had changed. Xianxia also noticed this. He smiled bitterly in his heart but didn't care. This was because he knew that all this was brought about by Lin Ling. Master. He looked at the sky and shouted again. Alas! An old voice came from the sky. Then, an old man walked out with a sigh. It was the Tai Patriarch. At this moment, he seemed to have aged even more. His eyes looked at the constellation clouds, then landed on Lin Ling. He let out another long sigh. He realized that the reason why Lin Ling could come back today was not because of the Grand Change Nebula sect, nor was it because of him. Instead, it was because of the constellation cloud. At this moment, he was suddenly a little jealous of Xianxia. It's good that you're back. Patriarch Tai said slowly. Master. Xianxia kowtowed to the Patriarch of Tai. No matter what, the Patriarch of Tai was still his master. This was an unavoidable sentiment. I haven't seen you in so many years. You're finally back. The Patriarch of Tai walked forward and helped Xianxia up. Xianxia was excited. However, Lin Ling and the rest were indifferent. They didn't even look at the Patriarch of Tai. The Patriarch of Tai noticed the expressions on Lin Ling and the rest. He suddenly said expectantly, Lin Ling, are you still a disciple of the Grand Change Nebula sect? His attitude was obviously much more polite. Lin Ling looked at him and said calmly, Is this important? Hearing this, the Patriarch of Tai smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, very important. In that case I'll tell you. I'm not a disciple of the Grand Change Nebula sect. However, my master is. That's all. Lin Ling said and left with Xiao Yu and the rest. This meant that Lin Ling didn't care about the Grand Change Nebula sect at all. Everyone in the Grand Change Nebula sect smiled bitterly when they saw Lin Ling's resolute attitude. They suddenly felt that they had lost something as they watched him leave. Lin Ling held Xiao Yu's hand and left through the gate. It was as if he was sending his master back to his hometown. However, he wasn't interested in his master's hometown at all. Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor. If I enter the Martial Ancestor realm, I'll be closer to the peak of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling stood on a mountain peak surrounded by clouds with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance calmly. Xiao Yu, you can walk around with Old Do and the rest. I'll stay here and cultivate. Okay, brother. After Xiao Yu and the rest left, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his cultivation. He wanted to enter the 5th stage of the Sage Realm. He had many trump cards and they were all ancient techniques. If he used all his strength, he could even kill a 1st-stage martial ancestor. As long as the ancestral force wasn't too strong, Lin Ling's physical body would be able to withstand it. This caused Lin Ling to point out that there were no absolutes in this world. Things were not always the same. Cultivation was the strongest, and other methods could also be used to make a name for themselves. I wonder what would happen if I were to give birth to the 6th Dantian. However, the strongest ultimate desolate body that I've seen so far is only a 2nd-grade desolate body. If I were to obtain a 3rd-grade desolate body, I'm afraid that even a Sage Realm expert would be able to fight me. In the final world, there should be many stronger ultimate desolate bodies. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was even more curious about the final world. When I enter the martial ancestor realm, I'll be able to look for Senior Yu. Lin Ling had too many things that he hadn't done yet. Everything depended on his strength. After a long time, Xiao Yu and the rest returned. The 3 days were up. However, since Xianxia rarely came back, he didn't plan to return to the spirit state. Lin Ling let him do as he pleased. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke Xianxia in the Yen state. Let's prepare to go to the final world. Lin Ling used the space-time divine steel to traverse a large area and return to the Qing state. In the sky above the Qing state, the cold old woman stood there silently. When she sensed Lin Ling's appearance, her eyes immediately flickered. She disappeared from her spot and reappeared in front of Lin Ling. To the Miao state. She didn't speak much and was very cold. However, she was very direct. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He brought Xiao Yu, Du Haiying and the rest and followed the old woman. The old woman didn't reject Xiao Yu and the rest. She only strolled forward. Her speed was very fast, instantly reaching 200 world speeds. However, Lin Ling sensed that the old woman was waiting for him. Hence, he smiled and said, "Senior, you can use 300 world speeds. I can follow you." Oh! The old woman looked at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. He was only at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm, but he could use 300 world speeds? There weren't many people in the Miao state with such speed. The journey to the Miao state is long. Don't use your maximum speed for a moment of pleasure. It will make you very tired. The old woman said coldly. Don't worry. I have my own score. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. When he used his full strength, he could use 500 world speeds. However, he had to use other trump cards. As for 300 world speeds, it came from his physical strength. It didn't consume any world essence. All right. Chapter 3402. Miao Prefecture's Gate of God. Lin Ling led Xiao Yu and the others forward crazily. After 3 full days, the water in front of them overflowed with popping sounds, as if it had drowned the entire universe. An ancient and huge continent was wrapped in the water, magnificent and extremely mysterious. That's Miao Prefecture, the strongest world in the 9 prefectures. However, Miao Prefecture is also connected to the world of gods, and that place is called the World Realm. The old woman explained. World Realm. Ha! Lin Ling was surprised. The old woman said, yes, the 9 prefectures are divided into Qing Prefecture, Qi Prefecture, Tian Prefecture, Yun Prefecture, Spirit Prefecture, Yu Prefecture, Yen Prefecture, and Miao Prefecture. There are only 8 divine prefectures here, and the last one is the World Realm. That place has the most ancient history of the 9 prefectures, and it is also where the strongest warriors in the past 10 million years have gathered. Those warriors are already half a step into the ascended God realm. If you want to become stronger, you can only go to that world. Okay. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and led Xiao Yu and the others toward Miao Prefecture. From a distance, Miao Prefecture was obviously 10 times larger than Yen Prefecture, and because of the mysterious liquid, the strongest warriors in the 9 prefectures liked to gather here. Just as Lin Ling approached the liquid, an indescribable feeling rose within him. Breakthrough. Lin Ling felt that he was about to break through. Master. Master. Young Master. Master. Looking at Xiao Yu and the others, they were also showing signs of breaking through. This Miao Prefecture is indeed extraordinary. It must be the liquid on its surface. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also came to Miao Prefecture, But he didn't go deep, only passing through. Moreover, compared to the past, Miao Prefecture was even more mysterious. In the end, it should be caused by the four great gods. You guys break through here. After you break through, we'll go in, the old woman said indifferently, standing not far away. Lin Ling and the others immediately nodded and sat down cross-legged in the void. Rumble. As soon as he sat down, the sage's tribulation arrived. First was the sage's tribulation of the broken sword, followed by the afterimages. From time to time, powerhouses entered and exited Miao Prefecture. They glanced at Lin Ling, but their expressions were extremely calm. It was obvious that in a place like Miao Prefecture, a Saint Realm cultivator was as ordinary as a passerby. They simply couldn't enter their eyes. It should be your first time coming to the Miao province. The water of the Miao province is absolutely helpful to a martial artist and can increase their cultivation. But the next time, the effect will be reduced by half. Maybe he's from some rural area, but to be recognized by Miaozhou, he should have some ability. With so many years of history in the Miao Prefecture, the experts here have long established their own rules. It is difficult for outsiders to gain a foothold here. Those experts said indifferently. Their auras were extremely terrifying. They were all at the martial ancestor realm and possessed the ultimate desolate body. In Miaozhou, one's realm was no longer the most important thing. The ultimate desolate body was what mattered the most. The old woman remained expressionless, but suddenly, her eyes changed. That was because Lin Ling's sage's tribulation had arrived. Furthermore, it was so powerful that it exceeded her imagination. 3 flowers bloom and the power of the universe surges. It's actually the Nirvana sage's tribulation. The old woman muttered to herself. From this, it could be seen how big the gap between Lin Ling and ordinary sages was. Others could not see the secrets hidden in the lightning, but the old woman could. She could clearly see that in the universe, 3 lightning flowers formed by the power of the gods had appeared. And according to legend, those who possessed the ultimate desolate body would produce a lightning flower. Lord Lei Gong is indeed perceptive. This child is indeed extraordinary. The old woman's eyes flickered. Following that, she saw that Lin Ling had successfully withstood the sage's tribulation. Furthermore, a power that was different from ordinary sages emanated from him. How is this possible? He is only at the 5th stage of the saint realm, but his realm essence is so dense that it gives me the feeling of a 10th stage saint. This child is probably hiding something. The shock in the old woman's heart grew stronger. How could she know that Lin Ling's 5 Dantians had entered the 5th stage of the saint realm? How could his realm essence be weak? Moreover, it was Lin Ling's first time in Miao Prefecture. The water in Miao Prefecture continuously provided spiritual energy, so Lin Ling did not lack cultivation resources in the short term and could smoothly break through. Boom! After a long time, 3 explosions sounded at the same time. In the void, Lin Ling and the other 2 walked back with smiles on their faces. They had successfully entered a new realm. Tiskeske, I've been stuck at the middle stage of the Saint Realm for many years. I didn't expect that by following the young master, I would break through 2 realms in such a short period of time. Song Ying was the most excited. If he did not follow Lin Ling, he would need at least 1,000 years to break through. Song Ying was also extremely excited. It was Lin Ling who had changed everything for him. If it was not for Lord Lin Ling, he would still be a slave in the arena. Perhaps he would have died. He broke through. After Lin Ling walked back, the old woman said lightly, "That's right. I never expected to break through so smoothly." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His breakthrough was not simple. His combat strength had increased exponentially. Furthermore, he had a feeling that the space-time divine steel was advancing towards the 2nd grade ultimate desolate body. Miao Prefecture was indeed magical. Lin Ling had just arrived, but he had improved so much. "Let's go," the old woman said lightly. As for Lin Ling, he strode forward and held Xiaoyu's hand as they walked towards Miao Prefecture. A water curtain door began to appear in front of them. The door was extremely vast. On both sides of the door, there were water ripples that rumbled. This door was called Miao Prefecture's Divine Door. Under the Divine Door, a large number of guards stood there silently as they watched the warriors enter Miao Prefecture. Just like the Yen State, Miao Prefecture was not a place ordinary people could enter. There were certain conditions. Everyone, Entering Miao Prefecture is 100 million royal crystals per person. Just as Lin Ling and company arrived at the door, the guard said coldly. Their cultivation levels were at the peak of the sage realm. Furthermore, they had the aura of an ultimate desolate body. They did not look like guards, but more like ambitious people. 100 million royal crystals? That was probably enough to nurture a martial ancestor. Lin Ling's expression immediately changed. He said with a frown, "We are qualified to enter." "We know. Since you are here, you must have been invited. However, an invitation is an invitation. 100 million royal crystals is still not enough," the guard said with a deadpan expression. At that moment, more than a dozen figures strode through the divine door. On careful look, the ones leading the group were a man and a woman. Their bearing was extraordinary, as though they were the children of God. And when they entered the divine door, they did not even look at the guards. They were full of arrogance. "Why aren't they using royal crystals?" Lin Ling immediately asked. Haha. Chapter 3403. You're still alive. Nobles again. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. In Yan province, there was also a distinction between the nobles and the lowly. He didn't expect that there would be one in Miaozhou as well. Whether it was in terms of attire or aura, Lin Ling's group couldn't compare to the Viscount Mansion's people. It was no wonder that the guards looked down on Lin Ling's group. Rumble. At this time, a thunderous roar came from the void. One could see an armored dragon god pulling a magnificent palace towards the Miao Prefecture's divine gate. Iron-armored dragon god. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. As a true dragon god, he could naturally perceive the strength of the iron-armored dragon god. However, the iron-armored dragon god did not possess the orthodox bloodline of the dragon clan. Like the dragon demon, it was only a half-dragon god bloodline. Rumble. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that the dragon god was pulling the palace towards them. This made Lin Ling frown. Although the iron-armored dragon god was a subspecies, it could not be underestimated. Few people in the sage realm could stop it. The guard in front of Lin Ling had a change in expression. He retreated and angrily shouted at Lin Ling's group, "That's the Duke's Mansion's young Master Kong. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't block young Master Kong from entering Miaozhou." Lin Ling had never imagined that while he had to pay to enter Miaozhou, not only did others not pay, they were even allowed to barge in. Moreover, that young Master Kong might not be too arrogant. He clearly saw that they were here, but he still dared to barge in. It's just the iron-armored dragon god. In front of a real dragon god like me, it's nothing. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. When the guards saw that Lin Ling didn't move, they were too lazy to speak any more nonsense. These people didn't know any better, so they would just let them die. The gorgeous palace was still facing downwards. The window at the side of the palace was opened, revealing the face of a young man. He saw Lin Ling and the others and shook his head. Not only did he not stop the iron-armored dragon god, he even sped up. In his opinion, those people were blind. They clearly knew that he wanted to return to Miaozhou, yet they still dared to block his way. Rumble. The iron-armored dragon god was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, causing Do Afterimage and the others' expressions to turn grave. However, thinking that Lin Ling was a real dragon god, he definitely had a way to deal with the iron-armored dragon god. Therefore, they stood quietly beside Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling was about to make his move, a figure appeared in front of the iron-armored dragon god and gently struck out with her palm. It was the mysterious old woman. Ka. This palm seemed calm, but it was mixed with a terrifying power. When the armored dragon god collided with the palm, a deafening sound rang out. The huge armored dragon god was blocked by the palm, and cracks appeared on its armor, making it difficult for it to advance even an inch further. The palace behind the iron-armored dragon god was forcefully blocked, causing a large number of people to fly out of the palace. It was extremely embarrassing. Boom. A moment later, the huge iron-armored dragon god exploded. Dragon bones sputtered in all directions. It was deader than dead. This sudden change surprised Lin Ling. He did not expect the old woman to be so strong. The eyes of the gods trembled fiercely. It's over. It's over. Someone actually dared to provoke the young master of the Duke's Mansion under the holy gate of Miaozhou. They're dead meat. Who is so bold? At the same time, a young man in a golden robe walked out of the palace. His expression was extremely ugly. Someone had killed his mount under the holy gate of Miaozhou? His gaze immediately fell on Lin Ling and the others. He said coldly, "How dare you? Men, cut off their limbs and cripple their cultivation." "Yes, young master." A large number of guards around the palace returned. These people were extremely powerful, and many of them were in the martial ancestor realm. Even the martial ancestor realm was a guard. This showed how terrifying the Duke's mansion was. They stared coldly at Lin Ling and the others. Then they immediately attacked. Their methods were extremely cruel. They wanted to cripple Lin Ling and the others' dantian and limbs. To them, they were martial ancestors. They would be prominent existences anywhere in the 9 continents. These lowly commoners dared to ruin their plans. They would not be satisfied if they did not cripple them. "Old Du, what shall you?" Although Lin Ling had just arrived at Miaozhou and did not want to cause any trouble, the old woman had crippled someone's mount. Therefore he could not take action. However, there were many martial ancestors on the other side. Unless he used the Dragon Ball, Lin Ling would have to fuse his innate talents. However, as soon as Lin Ling took a step forward, the old woman's hands danced with a mysterious rhythm. Her hands bloomed like flower petals, but they were also like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The powerful guards immediately rushed over. However, under the old woman's hands, a sudden change occurred. Bang bang bang. Their arms were all severed. Bang bang bang. Next, their legs were all severed. Bang bang bang. Following this, they spat out mouthfuls of blood as their dantian collapsed, as if they had just received a powerful attack. The old woman had defeated the martial ancestor realm guards as easily as chopping vegetables. Even Lin Ling was astounded. If it were him, he would definitely use his trump card. Although he could still win, it would be extremely difficult. "My hand. No, my cultivation, my cultivation. I've become a cripple." The guards were not dead. They were only crippled. The old woman had crippled them just like how they had crippled the others. On the other hand, the young man stood there silently while the arrogance on his face had silently transformed into terror and panic. Because he knew how strong his guards were, yet they'd been annihilated without anyone noticing. This obviously showed how terrifying the old woman was. Meanwhile, the old woman approached the young man in the golden robe with an expressionless face. The young man in the golden robe did not dare to move. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. However, as death approached, he could not help but exclaim, "You dare to harm me? My father is a duke, a mid-stage martial progenitor realm expert. He is also good friends with one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 continents, the martial god 10 extremities. There was a martial progenitor realm expert who tried to harm me, and his entire clan was killed." What he said was the truth. Furthermore, the expert whose clan was killed was also from the Miao continent. In other words, it was not difficult for the Duke's mansion to eliminate any of the divine prefectures. However, the martial gods had a rule that the people of the Miao continent were not allowed to go to the 9 continents unless it was a matter of life and death. As a result, the experts of the Miao continent were restrained. "Don't dare to harm you?" The old woman remained expressionless. Her arm was emitting a murderous aura as she swung it gently like the scythe of the god of death. Meanwhile, the young man in the golden robe was already terrified by the old woman's ruthlessness. His figure shuddered as he let out a scream after seeing her move. Following this, he fell to the ground with a thump. His golden robe was filled with the smell of urine. Furthermore, urine kept dripping out from his robe. This guy had wet his pants. "You're not dead yet," the old woman calmly spoke, causing the young man in the golden robe to come to his senses. He touched his neck and realized that his head was still there, but his hair had been chopped off, turning him into a bald head. A breeze blew past, causing him to feel cold. Chapter 3404. Miao Prefecture. However, the golden-robed young man couldn't care less as he stared at the old woman in fear. His bald head was drenched in cold sweat. As expected of the Duke's mansion's young master, he had seen a lot of peak experts. His intuition told him that the old woman was very strong, extremely strong. "I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to provoke him again, it won't be your hair that will be cut off, but your bones, flesh and blood," the old woman said coldly. The golden-robed young man nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, yes." Then, the old woman walked towards Lin Ling and asked indifferently, "Are you all right?" Lin Ling was still shocked by the old woman's strength, but he nodded and said, "I'm fine." "Then, let's enter Miao Prefecture." The old woman looked at the Miao Prefecture's Gate of God while Lin Ling looked at the guards and suddenly asked, "You guys still want 100 million Emperor crystals?" Plop. The guards all knelt down with pale faces. The old woman dared to kill the Duke's mansion's people. She wouldn't even bat an eyelid if she killed them. "We don't dare, we don't dare, we don't dare. Young Master Lord, Lord, spare our lives." In their panic, they called Lin Ling Lord. Lin Ling nodded and said again, "Are we lowly commoners?" "No, no, you guys are God's nobles, God's knights, God's guards." The guards waved their hands as if they were afraid that they would be killed if they said the wrong thing. "If I'm God's nobles, then what about them?" Lin Ling asked again. The guards looked at the young man in the golden robe who was scared silly. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. After all, the Duke's mansion wasn't something they could provoke. But at this time, the old woman's cold eyes looked over. Beep, beep, beep. The guards were so scared that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. One of them even had the sound of water dripping from his pants. This guy was so scared that he peed his pants. He's a lowly commoner, a big lowly commoner. The bodyguards clenched their teeth and said. They were almost crying. Although they couldn't provoke the old woman, they couldn't provoke the Duke's mansion either. They knew that they would be in big trouble tomorrow. "What about you guys?" Lin Ling asked again. We are just dogs." The guards were stunned for a moment before they cried out. Lin Ling nodded, glanced at the old woman, and then entered the Gate of God in the Miao region. Watching Lin Ling and the others leave, the guards still didn't dare to speak. They knelt there until Lin Ling and the others had completely disappeared. Then one of them opened his mouth and said, "Should we inform the Duke's mansion about this matter?" As soon as he said this, all the guards reacted and said fiercely, "Of course we must inform him." Damned lowlife, if it wasn't for that old woman's strength, I would have killed him long ago. However, we don't need to inform the Duke's mansion. Didn't you see young Master Kong? He would definitely find those lowly commoners. Let's wait and see. The guards lost all face today, so they angrily said. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others had already arrived at the Miao region. After passing through the thick water curtain, a fresh smell hit their faces. In the Miao region, Lin Ling felt that his cultivation speed had increased by more than 10 times. If he hadn't just broken through, he would have broken through again at this moment. The final world. Lin Ling gazed into the distance. This land was extremely mysterious. It was shrouded in divine light and looked ancient. No wonder the martial artists of this continent are so arrogant. It turns out that the cultivation speed in the Miao region is so fast. After a long time, they also have the mentality of being superior to others. Lin Ling lightly said, then smiled at the old woman. The old woman seemed to know what Lin Ling wanted to ask, so she nodded and said, "Don't worry about those people from before. It's only the Duke's mansion." Although it was just a simple sentence, it carried a domineering aura. Although Lin Ling didn't know the old woman's background, she was so unrestrained. She must have something to rely on, so Lin Ling wasn't worried. "Senior, where are we going next?" Lin Ling asked again. The old woman was expressionless. She just walked in front, and after walking for a while, she said, "Just follow me." Lin Ling was speechless. He knew that Lei Gong wanted to see him, but at least tell him who Lei Gong was and where they were going after coming to the Miao region. However, the old woman didn't say anything. She just let Lin Ling and the others follow. Not long after, a huge city began to appear in front of them. It looked ordinary, but its aura was extremely ancient. Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes sensed that these cities and the land hid countless ancient secrets. There were more and more mysteries than the Yan region. Perhaps, the Miao region was ranked second among the oldest in the 9 regions. The final world has 72 sub-cities and 36 main cities. Ordinary people can only go to the 72 sub-cities and then report their names to be recorded in the final world. However, we don't need to do that. The destination of this trip is a main city called Snow City. At this time, the old woman who had been silent all this time said, "Okay." Lin Ling nodded. Did he have a choice? Since the old woman let him follow, Lin Ling just had to follow. Xiao Yu was playing on the grass, picking flowers and chasing little white rabbits. She was extremely happy. Do Ying and Broken Sword followed her, afraid that something would happen to her. But in fact, if something really happened in the Miao region, Do Ying and Broken Sword wouldn't be able to solve it with their strength. Rumble. While Xiao Yu was playing, a rumbling sound came from not far away. If one looked carefully, one could see a small mountain moving on the ground. It seemed to be moving slowly, but in the blink of an eye, it passed by Lin Ling and the others. It was a gigantic black tortoise. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, and its shell was covered in moss. It had probably been there for a very, very long time. On the moss sat a white-haired old man. He glanced at Lin Ling and the others, then closed his eyes again and allowed the black tortoise to move forward. What a huge tortoise! After the black tortoise left, Xiao Yu said in surprise. Her big eyes were filled with excitement and curiosity. However, Lin Ling was more surprised than her. That was because he realized that the old man's upper body was like a human's, but his lower body was connected to the tortoise shell. That's the seed of gods, which is also a type of divine beast called the Xian tortoise tribe. That person's strength is in the range of a mid-stage martial ancestor, but he has the ultimate desolate body. At this time the old woman said calmly, "Seed of gods." Lin Ling felt as if his horizons had been broadened. That black tortoise was definitely very, very powerful. The group continued forward. Soon, a magnificent ancient city appeared in front of them. This city was built with mottled yellow bricks. It did not look gorgeous, but it was very ancient, very ancient. Furthermore, this city was even bigger than the previous one. The city gates were wide open, as if they were welcoming any warrior to enter. The old woman did not stop and took the lead to enter the ancient city. This should be the main city. Chapter 3405. Money makes the world go round. Everything in the city looked very ordinary. If not for the powerful passers-by, Lin Ling would have thought that he had arrived at an ordinary ancient city. Most of the people in the city were in the late stages of the Sage Realm and Martial Ancestor Realm. Lin Ling and company were considered to be the ones with the lowest realms. Most importantly, Lin Ling could clearly sense that many people possessed the ultimate desolate body. If such people were placed in other divine continents, they would be indomitable existences. The gods have rules. Those who go to Miao Prefecture are not allowed to enter other divine continents unless there is a life and death feud. Even if they go there, they are not allowed to wreak havoc. If they go overboard, they will be punished by the sacred knights of God. At that moment, the old woman explained. Lin Ling immediately came to a realization. No wonder it was rare to see people with the ultimate desolate body in other divine continents. So that was the reason. Even if there were, those people would probably keep a low profile in consideration of the gods' rules. Miao Prefecture is under the jurisdiction of the gods. No matter how strong a warrior is, they would not dare to act recklessly here. However, you have to be careful of some experts in Miao Prefecture. Even if they are passers-by and seem to keep a low profile, their strength might be at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. The old woman added. It was no wonder that Miao Prefecture seemed to be more orderly than other places. That was because there were gods here. Killing and robbing were not something that could be done openly. We're here. At that moment, the old woman stopped outside an inn. The inn looked very ordinary, but Lin Ling knew that the more low profile it was, the more powerful it could be. Go in and rest, the old woman said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and walked into the inn. Just as he entered, the aroma of meat wafted over, causing Lin Ling and company to have their appetites whetted. Especially Xiao Yu, her big eyes were smiling like crescent moons. It had to be said that after following Lin Ling, Xiao Yu had not learned anything. Instead, she had become a little glutton. Looking at the first floor of the inn, it was packed with people. Warriors were chatting and laughing in groups of 2s and 3s. Let's go to the second floor. Lin Ling smiled and held Xiao Yu's hand as they walked up the stairs. Sir, the second floor is only for nobles. However, at this moment, a young man stopped Lin Ling and the others with a smile on his face. This person was unexpectedly at the late stage of the Sage Realm. But he was only here to serve. This was simply incomprehensible. However, Lin Ling sensed that although this person's realm was high, he did not have an ultimate desolate body. Nobles again. Then, Lin Ling frowned. However, the old woman took a step forward and handed over a small brocade pouch. She said, "There are 8,000 Emperor crystals here. Is that enough?" The young man was stunned and quickly nodded. Enough, enough. Nobles, please go to the second floor. His back was bent like a pug. 8,000 emperor crystals wasn't a small sum. Most importantly, it could be obtained in the blink of an eye. No wonder that young man was so happy. Even Lin Ling looked at the old woman in surprise. He never thought that the old woman would be so forthright for him. As for Lin Ling and company, they went up to the second floor. The waiter also found a quiet place for Lin Ling and company. Indeed, money made the world go round. Sir, what would you like to eat? After the waiter received the money, he treated Lin Ling and company like they were his ancestors. Lin Ling smiled. He had always been curious about the old woman, and now was the perfect time to test it out. He nodded and said, "Bring out all the good dishes and wine you have. I want 8 types of wine that have been fermented for more than 1,000 years. I want more than 10 dishes. I want the signature dishes." So much. The waiter was alarmed. Could these few people finish it all? Furthermore, all they wanted were expensive items. These people were too forthright. All right, hurry up. However, the old woman had already spoken. This made the waiter extremely happy as he ran down the second floor. Before he reached the second floor, he shouted, "Bring out the inn's best wine and signature dishes. I want as many as you have." His voice spread throughout the inn, causing many people to be shocked because they knew how expensive these dishes were. This meant that there were some truly forthright aristocrats on the second floor. Lin Ling was even more surprised at this moment. The old woman's attitude seemed to have changed for the better. She was simply fulfilling all his requests. Soon, the dishes were brought out. They were served faster than the others. This meant that it was different with money. Young masters, this is the Miao Spring Divine Wine brewed with the water of Miao Province. It has a history of 8,000 years. Not only is it fragrant, it can also stabilize one's cultivation. This is one of the 9 continents' 7 great forbidden lands, the fragrant whale of the Kaiyuan River. This whale's meat is the most delicious and is called one of the 9 continents' 10 great delicacies. Sir, please enjoy your meal. It had to be said that Miao Province was the final world. Everything here was at the top of the 9 continents. Of course, only the true aristocrats could afford it. Because of this, many other professions were born, such as hunters and so on. Okay, you can leave now. The old woman said indifferently at this moment. Lin Ling and the others had already started eating. After drinking a mouthful of wine, they all clicked their tongues in amazement. When they took a bite of the meat, they were even more surprised by the deliciousness of the meat. Even Xiao Yu's mouth was full of oil. Lin Ling poured a small cup of wine for her to taste this 8,000-year-old wine. Young master, Xiao Yu is about to become a little drunkard because of you. Seeing this, Doe Afterimage immediately laughed. Lin Ling also laughed. Not to mention other things, just the fragrance of today's wine and meat was enough to make this trip to Miao Province worth it. After all, Lin Ling was a person who loved wine. Naturally, he would not miss out on good wine. Meanwhile, the old woman was eating by herself. She expressionlessly looked at Lin Ling and the others talking and laughing. After a while, she left behind a large amount of emperor crystals and said, "I'm going to find someone. I'll be back in about an hour. I've already left the money. Wait for me to come back." "Go on, senior." Lin Ling waved his hand. He was completely at ease with the old woman. After all, if she wanted to harm him, there was no need for her to go through so much trouble. While Lin Ling and the others were eating heartily, in the Duke's mansion in the distant Xianxia city, a bald young man wearing a golden robe that reeked of urine shouted at a middle-aged man, "Father, you have to stand up for me. Those people almost killed me. Moreover, they killed my mount. They are too arrogant. I want to cripple them." Don't be so agitated," the middle-aged man said coldly. He looked at the people in the hall and said, "Did you find out the origins of that group of people?" Replying to the Duke, "Those people are not from Miao Province. It's their first time here. We found out that they went to Snow-Blowing City." An expert immediately replied, "How dare they? Inform everyone in the Duke's mansion that all the ultimate desolate body users are to move out and head to Snow-Blowing City." The middle-aged man stood up. "Sir, Snow-Blowing City is the main city. We have to be careful." Someone reminded him. "It's fine. I've met the city lord of snow-blowing city a few times. He will give me face. They are just a few country bumpkins. Why should I be afraid of them? Let's go. Chapter 3406. Besieging. At this moment, the old woman was walking in Snow City. She looked ahead calmly as if she was familiar with everything. It's been many years since I last saw Junior Brother. The old woman muttered to herself. Not long after, she appeared in front of the gate of a bustling mansion. This mansion occupied a large area, and there were stone beasts guarding the gate. They looked majestic, but these stone beasts seemed to be motionless, but they were actually living creatures with endless lifespans. There were actually 2 divine beasts. Looking inside the mansion, the tallest building in Snow City was built here. It was obvious that the mansion was extraordinary. The governor's mansion. Above the gate, there was a magnificent plaque. In addition to the 3 words, there were also drawings of the divine dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix. However, if an expert was here, he would realize that the divine dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix were all real. It was as if they were drawn with the blood of divine beasts. Your Excellency, what brings you to the governor's mansion? There were a few guards at the gate. They were all martial ancestors and had first-grade ultimate desolate bodies. With such strength, they would be respected anywhere in the 9 states. However, when the guards saw the old woman, they did not dare to act arrogantly. Perhaps, they could sense that the old woman was extraordinary. Is Xianxia here? The old woman asked calmly. Hearing this, the guards were surprised. Xianxia was their lord. However, in Snow City, no one dared to call him by his name. May I know who you are? The guards immediately became respectful. Obviously, they knew that this was the governor's mansion. However, they still dared to call him by his name. This showed that the old woman had something to rely on. You don't need to know that. Lead the way. The old woman said expressionlessly. Well, the governor has just left. Therefore, we don't dare to bring you into the mansion. A guard bowed and said. The old woman frowned. Not here. It seemed that she had come at the wrong time. Then, a jade pendant appeared in her hand. It was a green jade pendant. She said lightly, if Xianxia comes back, tell him to come to an inn in the south of Snow City. It's called Beautiful Cloud Inn. Give this jade pendant to him. Remember, if he's late for even a moment and something happens to him, he will bear the consequences. Ah! The faces of the guards changed dramatically. This old woman's tone was very big. Would the city lord believe her? You don't need to ask anything. I won't tell you my name. You just need to give the jade token to Xianxia. The old woman turned around and left, still cold and emotionless. How is that possible? She can't be a liar, right? After the old woman left, the guards started chatting. If she's a swindler and we tell the city lord, he'll definitely punish us. But if she's not a swindler and really has something urgent to tell the city lord and we miss it, then things will be even more troublesome. That's right. When my lord returns, we'd better pass the jade token to him. Soon after, the guards didn't dare to be careless because they knew that in this final world, there were as many experts as there were clouds. Moreover, because this was the world of gods, the waters were very deep. An ordinary passerby might be a holy knight of God. This was not someone they could provoke. Then they looked at the jade token in their hands and could only vaguely see the word, thunder. Lei. In the 9 prefectures, there were countless people related to thunder. At that moment, they couldn't figure out what the word, thunder represented. At that moment, the inn was still bustling with noise and excitement. However, half a day later, a large number of people stepped into the inn. Their auras were extremely cold. The inn suddenly fell silent. Many people realized that this group of people were not weak. Not only were they martial ancestors, they even seemed to have the ultimate desolate body. In the Miao Prefecture, martial ancestor realm experts were not rare. However, martial ancestor realm experts with the ultimate desolate body were rare. They were all recruited by large factions. Milord, they're here. They're on the 2nd floor. One of them pointed to the 2nd floor and said, let's go up. The middle-aged man leading the group coldly nodded his head with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a bald youth in a golden robe. He seemed very excited at that moment. Milords, what's the matter? The owner of the inn immediately walked out. To be able to open an inn in Miao Prefecture, he naturally had some ability. This was a bearded man. He had a smile on his face and gave off a good impression. However, his cultivation was at the 3rd level martial ancestor realm, and he also had the 1st grade ultimate desolate body. Scram. However, facing the owner of the inn, the middle-aged man only shouted coldly. The bearded man immediately narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, the middle-aged man spoke first. "I'm the Duke of Gale Sub-City. My surname is Kong. If you have any dissatisfaction, go to Gale Sub-City to speak. Of course, you can also tell your city lord. However, your city lord and I have met a few times. Although we're not familiar with each other, I'm sure he'll give me some face." What? The inn immediately went into an uproar. The city lord was the #1 lord of Blizzard City. In the 9 prefectures, the god emperors of the various divine prefectures could not be compared to the city lord. Furthermore, being able to become the city lord of Miao Prefecture's 36 main cities explained everything. Not to mention knowing the city lord, it was already a great opportunity for an ordinary person to meet the city lord. However, this middle-aged man actually knew the city lord? Although the city lord might not care about the middle-aged man, just the fact that he knew the city lord was a great identity. "Sir, I apologize for my previous offense." The bearded man immediately bowed. So what if he was a martial ancestor? In front of the city lord, he was actually an ant. "At least you know what's good for you." Before the middle-aged man could speak, the golden-robed bald youth beside him laughed proudly. His father was indeed powerful. Even if he was not in his own territory, in Blizzard City, he could still do whatever he wanted. "Let's go to the 2nd floor." The middle-aged man's face was expressionless, as if he was already used to such respectful gazes. He led his men to the 2nd floor. "Surround the inn. Don't let even a fly escape." A cold voice echoed in the inn. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, the golden-robed youth recognized Lin Ling and the others. He let out a sharp voice. "Father, it's them. One of them is not here. He must have run away." The guests on the 2nd floor were furious. However, after seeing the ferocious people coming, they all fell silent. In the end, although the world seemed to be more orderly, in the end, the strong were still respected. It was just that they were not so naked. For example, those who were close to the gods were overlords in Miao Prefecture. As for the group in front of them, even if they had never seen the gods, they more or less had some relationship with them. Otherwise, they would not dare to be so arrogant. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were still eating and drinking. After the golden-robed youth arrived, their expressions changed. However, after realizing that they were surrounded, they were helpless. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he constantly analyzed the strength of those experts. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this group of people was much stronger than the group of experts who went to Qing Prefecture not long ago. Chapter 3407. The martial ancestors attacked with all their might. This group of people all possessed the ultimate desolate body. If they were to clash head-on, it would be a thankless task. However, Lin Ling still had a sliver of hope. That was to capture the useless golden-robed youth. "You still dare to appear in front of me? Did your hair grow out again? You have to know that this time, it might not be your hair that was cut off," Lin Ling said lightly. Upon hearing this, the people from the Duke's residence were stunned. This youth was still so arrogant even at death's door. "Father, capture them. I want to cripple their limbs and cultivation. They will be my slaves for the rest of their lives." The golden-robed youth was enraged as he roared. "Capture them." The middle-aged man nodded coldly. He thought they were some impressive existences, but they were just trash at the sage realm. "Yes, my lord." The experts immediately nodded coldly as they released their powerful strength. Following that, they attacked Lin Ling. They were at the martial ancestor realm and had the ultimate desolate body. This was not something Lin Ling and company could withstand. Other than Lin Ling, Du Ying and company could not resist at all. As for Lin Ling, he needed to use the dragon pearl and fuse it with his talent. Only by taking advantage of the opponent's underestimation could he capture the golden-robed youth alive. However, just as he was thinking quickly, the entire inn began to shake. There was a thunderous roar as if a huge snake was shaking the inn. The snake transformed into a black beam of light and shot in through the window. Black lightning bloomed as if the aura of death had arrived. Rumble! The experts near Lin Ling were all sent flying by a powerful force. At the same time, an old woman appeared coldly beside Lin Ling. The old woman had returned. The golden-robed youth stared at the old woman and immediately exclaimed, "Father, it's her. It's her. She shaved my hair and made me bald. She even scared me so much that I peed my pants." "Yes. It's you. Who are you?" "Yes." The middle-aged man looked at the old woman. However, the old woman did not say a word. Black gas emanated from her body as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, forming the phantom image of a black lightning snake. The moment the lightning snake appeared, its aura was extremely massive. It was definitely above a second-grade ultimate desolate body. After the lightning snakes appeared, the old woman didn't waste any time. Her brows twitched, and the black lightning bolts shot forward. "You're courting death. Kill him." The expert from the Duke's residence also roared as he unleashed his ultimate desolate physique. Numerous ultimate techniques left behind from the era of gods were mixed with dense ancestral energy as they blasted out. But the black lightning snake was like a surging river that circled around the inn. When the ancestral power rushed into the black river, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace. So strong. The experts inhaled deeply. They were all second-layer and third-layer martial progenitors, not to mention that they all possessed the ultimate desolated flesh, but they still failed to defeat the black thunderous serpent. The black lightning snake started to move again. Its speed reached 600 world speed and instantly coiled around a strong cultivator. Then it started to shrink. That expert began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Help!" Just as he let out a cry, he was deader than dead. "Lord under heaven!" The eyes of the experts at the side narrowed. However, the black thunderous serpent immediately slithered towards them and coiled around three of them. Mysterious lightning exploded, causing the three of them to wither. In a single exchange, for martial progenitors had fallen. A terrifying atmosphere quietly spread through the entire inn. However, the middle-aged man from the Duke's residence remained motionless. His expression was extremely cold. "How dare you kill people from the Duke's residence? I don't care who you are. If I don't cripple you today, my surname is not Kong." Although he was surprised by the old woman's strength, he was a duke with a noble status in the Miao prefecture. He knew many ancient experts, so he had nothing to fear. In his opinion, the people in front of him only had some strength. In the Miao prefecture, unless your strength was heaven-defying, even a dragon would have to obediently lie down. What a joke. If I don't kill them, should I wait for them to kill me? The old woman didn't speak, but Lin Ling sneered and said, "These experts from the Miao prefecture thought they were the strongest in the final world, so they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Only the government was allowed to set fire, but not the common people. Father, look at how arrogant he is. You must cripple him." The golden-robed young man gnashed his teeth and roared. The calmer Lin Ling was, the more uncomfortable he felt. "I don't care what method you use. Even if all of you move, you must subdue them. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." The middle-aged man shouted. "Lord, that old woman's strength is extraordinary. I can't see her cultivation level or talent. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with her." "Don't be afraid of her. She's only one person. Let's attack the others. Let's see how she'll block them." The experts from the Duke's residence sneered. The old woman was indeed powerful, but how powerful could Lin Ling and the others be? Moreover, Lin Ling had a child with him. Full power. All the experts made their moves. Whoosh! Demonic plants immediately grew out of the inn. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, turning the inn into a primeval forest. These were underworld plants. Clearly, this was one of the 100 great bloodlines. The most important one was a second-grade ultimate desolate body. The moment the plants appeared, a blood-colored river flowed out. It gave off a terrifying pressure, as if it was a blood god from the era of gods. This was a blood calamity, a powerful martial ancestor expert. His talent came from the Kaiyuan River, one of the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. A talent obtained from a forbidden land was naturally extraordinary. The inn instantly became chaotic. The guests were all frightened, but they were all fine. This also showed how powerful the martial ancestor from the duke's residence was. He controlled the power of ancestors to the point of perfection. And all the power simultaneously blasted towards Xiaoyu. It was obvious that they were targeting the weakest among them. The old woman's expression changed. She never expected these people to be so despicable. At the critical moment, she appeared in front of Xiaoyu. A black lightning snake slithered and blocked all the attacks. So powerful. The middle-aged man instantly frowned. With so many of them joining forces and a sneak attack, the old woman was still able to block them. Her strength was probably stronger than his. This caused him to be both shocked and enraged. "All of you be careful," the old woman said to Lin Ling and company. Lin Ling immediately nodded. However, at this moment, one of the experts attacked Lin Ling. That expert wanted to see how many people the old woman could save. Seeing this, Lin Ling also prepared to use his trump card. However, at this moment, the old woman said in a cold voice, "If he loses a single hair, your duke's residence will be completely destroyed." "Ha ha ha, are you trying to threaten me? I, Kongjua, have never known the word fear since I was young. Therefore, I hope that you can let me know the taste of fear. I will cripple all of you and bring you back to our sub-city. I will make you slaves for all eternity." The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully. As for the golden-robed youth, he became excited. Was his father going to attack? Chapter 3408. City Governor. Rumble. The aura that erupted from the inn became more and more terrifying. What was shocking was that the inn was actually safe and sound despite such a powerful force and aura eruption. However, such an aura was also noticed by many experts in Snow-Blowing City. What a powerful lightning power. It seems that one person is blocking the attacks of many people. An expert muttered to himself. In the city governor's mansion, a burly man was walking slowly with a large number of guards. However, he suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the inn. Someone is fighting in Snow-Blowing City? And the number of people involved is not small. It can be considered the most intense battle in the past 6 months. The power of lightning seems a little familiar. The man frowned. "My lord, you're back." At this time, the guards at the gate saluted and the man nodded. "My lord, an old woman said she wanted to see you. She threatened that if you were late, you would bear all the responsibility." A guard said respectfully. So arrogant?" The man laughed disdainfully. He didn't care at all. However, at this time, the guard also handed over a jade token. When the man saw it, his face instantly changed. "Who gave you this jade token?" His voice was obviously anxious. The guards were shocked and quickly said, "It's that old woman." "Could it be that senior sister is here?" The man frowned and then shouted angrily, "Why didn't you say this earlier? Where is that old woman now?" Beautiful Cloud Inn. The guards were so scared that they quickly knelt down on one knee. Beautiful Cloud Inn? The man's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he thought of the previous battle and became furious. "Bastard, why didn't you say this earlier? You almost ruined my big plan. Wait for me to come back and teach you a lesson." "Heavenly ruin divine wolf!" He roared at the sky. Suddenly, the entire city shook. A large number of giant black wolves jumped out from the ground and the sky. They were majestic like the beasts of the gods. Crackle! The terrifying thing was that the entire sky had turned into an endless pool of lightning, which shocked Snow-Blowing City. The man leaped up, mounted the largest wolf king, and rushed towards Beautiful Cloud Inn. "Milord!" The faces of the guards turned pale. Mei Yuanin wasn't far from here, but the city lord had actually summoned the heavenly incomplete divine wolves. This was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Moreover, he had summoned all the heavenly incomplete divine wolves. Such a thing had only happened 10,000 years ago. They suddenly remembered what the old woman had said. If they were late by even a second, the city lord would bear all the consequences. Who was that old woman? Why was she able to make the city lord so anxious? They hoped that the city lord would be able to rush over. Otherwise, they would also be in deep trouble. At this moment, the old woman was still resisting the attacks of all the experts within the restaurant. She should have been able to annihilate them with ease, but they were very cunning. They refused to go head-on against her and instead pursued Xiaoyu and the others. This caused the old woman to be quite exhausted from running for her life. Unless she unleashed all of her strength, However, she felt a little disdainful to burst out her strength in the face of such trash. Roar! But at this moment, an earth-shattering wolf howl resounded, causing the inn to feel as if it was about to collapse. "Junior brother, you're finally here." Hearing the wolf howl, the old woman's lips curled into a smile. A helper is here." The middle-aged man from the Duke's mansion was stunned, but when he saw the smile on the old woman's face, he immediately guessed what was going on. He sneered and said, "Do you think that with a helper here you won't have to die? Don't dream about it. I tell you, if you dare to meddle in the affairs of our Duke's mansion, then no matter who comes, it will be useless. In Snow-Blowing City, I know the person in charge here. If I want wind, I get wind, I get wind, I get rain." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the window. The golden-robed young man snickered and took the lead to open the window for his father. "Humph, with my father here, your helper is dead meat." After the golden-robed young man finished speaking, he looked out of the window. His face instantly turned pale, because the sky outside the window had turned into a pool of lightning. Black lightning raged as if a catastrophe was about to befall. If such means were placed in the other divine prefectures, one move would be enough to destroy all the experts in the divine prefectures. In the endless black lightning, the golden-robed young man saw giant wolves. These wolves were pitch black and full of ferocious lightning. A pair of wolf eyes with a touch of coldness and ruthlessness looked at him. With just a glance, the golden-robed young man's mouth trembled in fear. His pants were instantly soaked and the smell of urine came out. "Konger, why are you panicking? Look at yourself." The middle-aged man walked over at this moment and suddenly became angry. "Father, father, father." The golden-robed young man pointed to the sky and spoke incoherently. "Even if the sky falls, father will hold it up." The middle-aged man had already come to the window and looked out. "I don't care who you are. How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Before he could finish his words, his face immediately froze. His gaze fell on the leading giant wolf. There was a man in black armor sitting on it. His whole body was covered in lightning. Behind him, there were 3 silk banners. He was majestic and awe-inspiring. This person was so familiar. The middle-aged man was a little dumbfounded. He searched his memory and finally remembered the origin of this person. He stuttered and said, "Yes, yes, yes, the city lord." In the next moment, his pants were also soaked, just like his son. One had to know that he was only the owner of a duke's mansion in a vice city. He was not even the vice city lord of a vice city. The person who came was the city lord of a main city. In just a moment, countless god wolves surrounded the inn. The sky and the ground were all filled with them. Their continuous roars made one's heart turn cold. A real war between gods was probably just like this. On the leading wolf, the middle-aged man stared at the inn. When he saw the old woman, he became furious. Who the fuck wants to die? Boom! There was a loud explosion. The whole city was in turmoil. In the sky above the inn, a long black saber appeared and slashed down from the sky as if it was going to cut the sky. Crash! The inn was abruptly split into 2 like a piece of paper. Then, a giant wolf jumped into the second floor of the inn. The man on the giant wolf's back was filled with murderous intent at this moment. With a slash of his saber, thunder roared. Countless wolf slashes formed by thunder blasted out and blasted all the experts of the Duke's mansion away, smashing them outside the inn. For a moment, there was no one around Lin Ling and the others. The man jumped down from the god wolf and came to the old woman's side. He said excitedly, "Senior sister, are you all right?" The old woman nodded and said indifferently, "I'm fine. It's just a bunch of trash. They can't touch me at all." "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine." The man finally let out a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his fiendish face. However, the inn and the whole city were incomparably silent at this moment. Especially the father and son of the Duke's mansion in the inn. At this moment, they were almost stunned. Senior sister? The city lord's senior sister? Chapter 3409. Execution of the entire family. The father and son duo felt as though the sky was collapsing. Their pants were getting wetter and the smell of urine was extremely strong. Especially the golden-robed youth, he felt a chill on his bald head. It was extremely cold, so cold that he was trembling. Senior sister, things seem to have become troublesome. However, the man ignored them. After conversing with the old woman for a moment, his gaze suddenly landed on Lin Ling. He exclaimed, "Could he be?" "That's right, it's him." "Ah!" The man's expression instantly changed. In front of everyone, he knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Ling. "Hallmaster, I came too late to save you. Hallmaster, please punish me." When this voice floated out, it gave the Duke's father and son duo a fright. Of course, Lin Ling was also given a fright. What was the meaning of this? Such an expert actually called him Hallmaster? What the hell is going on? One had to know that Lin Ling had nearly mistaken the man as Lei Gong. "Senior, this." Lin Ling could not help but look at the old woman. However, the old woman shook her head and said, "You will know when the time comes. Now, you only need to know that I'm your guardian." The old woman still did not say a word. This left Lin Ling puzzled, but he did not think too much about it. He guessed that he had mysteriously become one of Lei Gong's capable subordinates. He had become a hall master. Maybe that was the case. However, this Lei Gong was quite perceptive. Although Lin Ling's ultimate desolate bodies were all first grade, he had 5 dantians, allowing him to fuse with many talents. Furthermore, he had 3 first-grade ultimate desolate bodies. Such an anomaly probably did not exist in the Miaozhou, right? As for the man, he remained kneeling on one knee. If Lin Ling did not speak, he would not stand up. This made Lin Ling nod his head. "Get up." Following that, he took a step forward and wanted to help the man up. However, the man was immediately overwhelmed by the favor. He was the first to stand up and constantly waved his hands. "Thank you, Hallmaster. Thank you, Hallmaster." It could be seen that he was very excited. "You don't have to call me Hallmaster. You can call me Young Master or Young Master." Lin Ling shook his head and said. The doubts in his heart grew even stronger. Could it be an order from treasure god Nanwu Fengyu? If Nanwu Fengyu was helping him, then the first person he would protect would be Xiaoyu. The more Lin Ling thought about it, the more puzzled he became. He could only say that this Lei Gong was extraordinary. After the man stood up, he immediately turned around and looked at the people from the Duke's mansion. His previous excited expression instantly disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. He stepped forward, and the black thunder blade in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light. Whoosh! With a single slash, the Duke's mansion's expert was split into 2. Whoosh! With another slash, even more experts died. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. As for the middle-aged man from the Duke's mansion, he didn't even dare to touch him, let alone help him. "City Lord, please spare my life." The middle-aged man from the Duke's mansion immediately begged for mercy. I'm Kongjue. Kongju? You're the Duke of Gale Vice City? The man's footsteps finally stopped. Yes. The middle-aged man's heart finally relaxed. He was a duke and couldn't be killed casually. Moreover, he wasn't from this city, so the city lord should give him face. However, just as he was about to get lucky, a long blade stabbed into his dantian, and lightning wreaked havoc. The middle-aged man looked up in disbelief. Don't talk about a mere duke. Even if your vice city lord were here, he'd still die. The man pulled out his blade and said coldly. Plop. The duke fell on his back, dying with his eyes wide open. Father. The young man in the golden robe next to him felt cold all over as he cried out in pain. Then he kowtowed to the man continuously. Spare my life, spare my life. I've said it before. The next time we meet, it won't be to cut off your hair. This time the old woman said coldly. She gently waved her arm, and like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, she cut off the young man's flesh piece by piece. In the end, he turned into a skeleton, deader than dead. He could be considered a tragedy. Originally, he didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Ling, so nothing would happen. In the end, he couldn't swallow his anger and caused the Duke's mansion to be destroyed. City Lord. At the same time, the City Lord's guards arrived at the inn and knelt down on one knee. Kill everyone in the Duke's mansion and send their bodies back to Gale Vice City. The man ordered coldly. All of them. The guards' faces changed. This action was a little crazy. Can't you hear my order? The man's voice became cold. Yes. The guards immediately obeyed the order. As for the experts of the Duke's mansion who were still alive, their faces turned ashen. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate. "Young lord, I came too late to save you. I hope you can punish me." After settling the matter, the man quickly walked toward Lin Ling and bowed. "What crime? If you didn't come, we wouldn't know what to do," Lin Ling said with a smile. The man immediately smiled. He thought that Lin Ling was an unruly and willful person, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so easy to talk to. He looked at the old woman and said in his heart, "With senior sister here, nothing will happen to you. It's just that senior sister doesn't want to reveal her strength. Young lord, please go to the city lord's mansion." After that, the man said respectfully. Lin Ling nodded. Looking at Do After Image and the others who were still in a daze, he said with a smile, "Let's go to the city lord's mansion." At this moment, Do Ying and Broken Sword were in a daze, because the experts that had been dispatched earlier had simply exceeded their horizons. Even if they were placed in the Flying Dragon organization, they would still be existences above the 16 kills. However, here they were easily slaughtered clean. This final world was indeed crazy. Fortunately, they followed the young master. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Everyone was heading towards the city lord's residence. And at this moment, rumors were spreading all over the vast snow-blowing city. Because the city lord had summoned the god wolf army, this had not been seen for 10,000 years. Therefore, many people were curious about who had made the city lord make such a big fuss. As for the Whirlwind Vice City, all the corpses of the Duke's mansion were sent back, and the Vice City Lord also knew everything. Who gave Xianxia the right to kill our Vice City's people? Come, let's go to the snow-blowing city to seek justice. The City Lord was obviously very angry. Although his status and strength were weaker than Xianxia, there were gods above him. The gods also had their own rules. Killing between cities was not allowed. However, an adjutant immediately reminded him, "My lord, I'm afraid this matter will be left unsettled. I heard that the city lord did not hesitate at all and directly killed the people of the Duke's mansion. This means that the Duke's mansion has touched the city lord's reverse scale. Therefore, even if we go there, it will only make things worse. The city lord will not compromise and admit his mistake." The city lord frowned immediately. This was indeed reasonable. The city lord is not an impulsive person. Today he is so abnormal. I'm afraid this matter is not simple. Forget it, let's just forget about it. Chapter 34:10. Trial Taker. Lin Ling stayed at the city lord's mansion that night. However, all the guards knew that this young man was extraordinary, so they treated Lin Ling with great respect. Even Xiao Yu, Afterimage, and the rest were overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Although Lin Ling was used to being in a superior position, he still felt uncomfortable being surrounded by a group of martial ancestor experts. Night fell and Miaozhou fell silent. Lin Ling sat in his room and looked out the window with a smile on his face. Night in Miaozhou? It was indeed different. Lin Ling had been to all kinds of places in his life. Now, he could finally experience the night in the world of gods. Thinking back, it had not been easy for him to come this far. "Senior, it's so late and you're still awake?" Lin Ling suddenly asked. The door was pushed open, and the mysterious old woman nodded and walked in. However, Lin Ling was not surprised by her appearance. Now that Lin Ling had arrived in Miaozhou, was the old woman bringing him to meet Lei Gong? Or did she arrange another mission for him? He had a feeling that with his current strength, Lin Ling would not be able to meet Lei Gong. "Lin Ling, do you have a grudge against martial god Wen Tian?" The old woman sat down and went straight to the point. Lin Ling nodded. "That's right, a grudge that will not end until one of us dies. With your current strength, not to mention taking revenge on martial god Wen Tian, there are many people in the new heavenly court who are stronger than you," the old woman said. "I know, but I can wait. I'm young and I have potential. If 10 years is not enough, I'll wait 100 years. If 100 years is not enough, I'll wait 1,000 years." Lin Ling said firmly. Moreover, although martial god Wen Tian is one of the top 10 martial gods, he is not invincible. Not long ago, one of the top 10 martial gods, martial god Qilin, died at our hands. However, after the first time, the new heavenly court will be on guard. It will be difficult to take revenge with external help. Martial god Qilin was killed by you. Hearing this, surprise appeared in the old woman's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well. This was because martial god Qilin was slightly stronger than her. She couldn't kill martial god Qilin, but Lin Ling could. It was too shocking. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Ling. She suddenly had a feeling that if this young man was given some time, he might be able to surpass the heaven-seeking martial god. I suddenly believe you a little. However, there are many factors in a martial artist's growth. Talent is only one of them. Luck and opportunity are also indispensable. Since you started practicing martial arts, you should have seen many talented martial artists who didn't reach the end in the end. The old woman said again. Lin Ling nodded. That was indeed the case. The reason Lei Gong looked for you was because he didn't want to bury your talents. His Excellency Lei Gong is very familiar with you. It can be said that he has always been paying attention to you. After pondering for 100 years, he finally chose you out of millions. The old woman suddenly revealed a bit of information. He chose me out of 100,000 people? Lin Ling was surprised. Of course, you're not the only one. There are 9 other people. You're the same as them. After 100 years of elimination, the final 10 people were chosen. I'm your guardian. The old woman continued. Perhaps you think the realm of gods is the most mysterious place in the world. It has jurisdiction over the entire 9 continents and 10,000 worlds. However, let me tell you, the realm of gods is very complicated. That's why Lei Gong came up with this plan. Of course, you don't need to know the reason now. You just need to grow stronger. At the same time, you can take revenge, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He then nodded. In the past, Li Xiaoyao hadn't reached the height of the realm of gods. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't know much about the realm of gods. However, he didn't need to think too much about it. He just needed to grow stronger. For the 10 of you, Lei Gong has prepared the trial of gods. Only those who pass the trial of gods can meet Lei Gong. Moreover, only 1 out of the 10 of you can succeed. The old woman then looked at Lin Ling and smiled for the first time. Lin Ling, if you can meet Lei Gong, I can tell you that you can do whatever you want in the 9 continents. It won't be hard for you to take revenge. I don't know if you know that Wen Tian martial god has a younger sister. She's called Luli Empress. She's also a participant in the trial of gods. However, she's not on Lei Gong's side. Therefore, if you want to kill Wen Tian martial god, even if you succeed, you'll anger some gods. There's no place for you in the 9 continents. If the gods want you dead, you won't live past the 4th. The old woman said seriously. Tian Liuli. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His heart was boiling with anger. He was reincarnated as a human. However, the pure girl in the past had become an empress. Moreover, she stood at the peak of the 9 continents and was in the eyes of the gods. Lin Ling was still very far away from Tian Liuli. Moreover, if it wasn't for him, Tian Liuli wouldn't have the status she had today. She would only be a member of the masses. I agree to the trial of gods. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Ling firmly nodded. He knew that rice had to be eaten 1 bite at a time. A skyscraper was not built in a day. As long as Lin Ling had the primal chaos divine formula, he would definitely surpass Tian Liuli. Tian Liuli had obtained a part of the primal chaos divine formula, but she could only cultivate 6 dantians. However, Lin Ling had 9 dantians. That's good. Seeing Lin Ling nod, the old woman smiled again. Her attitude towards Lin Ling had changed. She was no longer cold and indifferent. Instead, she was more respectful. Right now, I don't know what the young master needs help with. Young master only needs to ask. As long as you complete one of the trial of gods, I will be able to fulfill your wish. The old woman continued, although with my strength and status, I can provide you with an endless supply of cultivation resources, Lei Gong has decreed that trial takers can only rely on themselves. This is because this is related to fate. If you were nurtured by Lei Gong with countless cultivation resources, you would be a dead object and still be bound by the laws of the 9 continents. However, if you relied on yourself to grow and surpass the restrictions of a certain law, your future will be limitless. In that case, it seems that there is more than 1 trial of gods. Lin Ling's gaze changed. Through the conversation, he could roughly guess who Lei Gong was. Even if he wasn't a god, he was still the number 1 person below the gods. As for the old woman's words, Lin Ling also agreed. If he, Lin Ling, was nurtured by Lei Gong's endless resources, then he would be a kind of puppet. This was not what Lin Ling wanted. Only by completing the trial of gods can you get the reward. The first trial has already been arranged. Lei Gong wants you to enter the Snow Wind Academy and obtain an item. The old woman said, if you complete this trial, you can make any request of me. As long as you agree, then the first reward will be a divine source and it will be of the fire attribute. Most importantly, this is only the first reward and not the reward after the mission is completed. Interesting, but what is a divine source? Chapter 34:11. 3 Ultimate Desolate Bodies. The treasures from the era of gods are the power of the origin. They contain a strand of the power of gods. You have to know that the current 9 states in the myriad worlds are all products left behind from the era of gods. For example, the Flame World Fragment. The Fire Divine Source is the core of the Flame World Fragment. If the Divine Source is still around, the Flame World continent will not shatter. The old woman said. Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He naturally knew what the Flame World Fragment was. In fact, his sect, the Evil Fire Sect, was in the Flame World Fragment. However, he did not expect that the Fire Divine Source was the core of the fragment. It was no wonder the Flame World Fragment had shattered. It was because it did not have a core. You have fire talent. This Flame World Fragment can upgrade your ultimate desolate body. The old woman said again. All right, I agree to enter the Snow Wind Academy. After all, I also want to see how powerful the strongest people in the history of the 9 states in the myriad worlds are. Lin Ling's heart burned with the flames of war. In fact, what he wanted more was to raise his cultivation realm. After all, his soul power and physical body had met the requirements. Only his cultivation realm was lacking. If he could step into the martial ancestor realm, he could open his 6th dantian. However, the divine source was something that could only be chanced upon. If it could restore the space-time divine steel to its peak, Lin Ling did not want to miss it. All right, after you enter the Snow Wind Academy, I will give you the divine source. In addition, among the 36 main cities in the Miao Prefecture, each city has its own academy. It is used to absorb the strongest people in the history of the 9 states and the myriad worlds. You are very strong in the 9 states, but you have not seen the strongest people in the Miao Prefecture. You can experience it for yourself. Now, do you have any other requests? Senior, I want to have my own independent courtyard. After all, living in the city lord's mansion is very inconvenient. Sure, after you enter the Snow Wind Academy, I'll find a courtyard for you. I wish you good luck now. Don't be the first to be eliminated among the 10 divine trial participants. After chatting for a while, the old woman smiled and left. But just as she arrived at the door, she suddenly thought of something and said, there are many experts in the Snow Wind Academy, and they come from various influences. There are also many people who seem to be low-key, but their background is not small. There are even some old enemies from the new heavenly court. So you must be careful. As your guardian, I will do my best to help you, but there is also a limit. If you exceed this limit, you will fail the trial because at that time, you will have already become a puppet created by the gods. This is not what Lord Lei Gong wants. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Someone from an old enemy? For the next 3 days, Lin Ling took Xiao Yu to stroll around the Snow Wind City. Anyway, this is the city lord Song Chiri's territory, so he is not afraid of causing trouble. However, Lin Ling thought too much. Because this is the final world, the rules are much stricter than the 9 continents. There are not many fights in the streets and alleys. People are afraid of the gods, so they do not dare to act recklessly. Greetings, Lord. On the contrary, some people who know Lin Ling in the City Lord's mansion immediately knelt down when they saw Lin Ling. Even the middle-stage martial ancestor experts are the same. This made Lin Ling uncomfortable, and the idea of moving out of the City Lord's mansion became even stronger. After all, Lin Ling also knows that his strength is very ordinary in Miaozhou. If he is too dazzling, it will not be good for him because the water in the divine world is very deep. Brother, I want to eat this. That I want it too. Xiao Yu did not think so much. While strolling around the Snow Wind City, she took a fancy to all kinds of delicious food. This little girl is about to become a foodie. Haha, young master, isn't this all because you spoiled her? Do Kening and the others roared with laughter. Do Kening suddenly said, currently, Only young lord has entered the Miao prefecture. I wonder when Sakura, Meng Lu, and Wangu Wuji will be able to enter. They will also come. The final world is everyone's dream. However, this path is full of difficulties. Without great perseverance, it is impossible to reach the end. Lin Ling looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He was anticipating his brothers to shine in the final world. However, he also knew that it would be difficult for everyone to reach the final world. On the path of martial arts, even if one had outstanding talent, no one could guarantee that they would be able to reach the final world. Yu Yu and Xian Yuan Gu they also have a great chance. Lin Ling thought to himself. When he left Qingzhou, he left behind a large number of treasures for them. Yu Yu and the others also had the ultimate desolate body. Although it was only first grade, it barely met the qualifications to enter the final world. 3 days passed quietly. These 3 days were the most relaxing days for Lin Ling. However, he had to go to the Snow Wind Academy soon. The Snow Wind Academy was one of the oldest 36 academies in Miaozhou. To enter this academy, the only requirement was to have the ultimate desolate body, and the life chakra could not exceed 5,000 years. Over time, the most dazzling talents of 9 prefectures and 10,000 realms gathered here. Early in the morning, Song Qiri and the old woman found Lin Ling. Greetings, young master. Song Qiri obviously knew what kind of existence Lin Ling was, so he was extremely respectful to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and quickly helped Song Qiri up. Then, he asked about the Snow Wind Academy. The Snow Wind Academy is related to the 4 great gods. Its quota is extremely rare and only the ultimate desolate body is accepted. However, I have already taken care of everything for you. You only need to register. I believe the Snow Wind Academy will give me face. Song Qiri smiled and suddenly asked curiously, I wonder if the young master has the ultimate desolate body. He had never seen Lin Ling fight. In addition, Lin Ling's 5 dantians could be changed at will, so he could not find out. Junior brother, what do you think? The old woman suddenly said coldly. Song Qiri was stunned and then reacted. Lin Ling was a trial taker. How could he not have the ultimate desolate body? Young master, I'm sorry. I said too much. Song Qiri quickly said. Lin Ling waved his hand casually and did not hide anything. I have 3 ultimate desolate bodies. He knew that the old woman was very clear about his current strength, so there was no need to hide it. However, this was the first time Song Qiri had heard of it. He stared at Lin Ling like a fool. 3 ultimate desolate bodies? I have seen people with 2 ultimate desolate bodies, but you have 3? After a while, Song Qiri exclaimed. He was the lord of a city in Miaozhou and had seen a lot. However, this was the first time he had heard of 3 ultimate desolate bodies. If such a talented person were to grow up, his strength would be unimaginable. If he knew that Lin Ling had 5 dantians and could produce 5 ultimate desolate bodies with the right opportunity, he would have fainted. Zhou was vast and boundless. There had never been a person with 5 ultimate desolate bodies. It seems that the Snow Wind Academy should thank me for my recommendation. Chapter 34:12. What an arrogant attitude. Junior brother, you actually want to use the young master to boost your reputation? You've become a lot bolder. But at this time, the old woman next to him said coldly. Song Qiri was stunned for a moment. He quickly reacted and bowed to Lin Ling. Young master, please punish me. I was too complacent before. It can be seen that the status of the people under Lei Gong was extremely strict. However, Lin Ling was not such a petty person. He helped Song Qiri up again and said helplessly, City Lord, please don't kneel down so easily. I'm not used to this kind of etiquette. Okay. Whatever the young master says. Song Qiri did not dare to object and directly nodded. Let's go and register at the Snow Wind Academy. Because the registration will be recorded in the world of gods, we can't neglect it. The old woman looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and left with Xiao Yu and the others. Snow Wind City was very big. Even though Lin Ling had been to many places in the past 3 days, he had only explored a corner of the city. For example, Lin Ling had not been to the Snow Wind Academy. After walking for half an hour with the old woman, 2 huge statues finally appeared in front of them. These statues were wearing armor and looked majestic. Their eyes were slightly closed, but it was as if they could see the 9 prefectures. Young master, what a powerful pressure. Doing could feel a huge pressure from the 2 statues. That's the statue of the Holy Knight. It's the Holy Knight of the 10 Talisman God. It's also the pride of the Snow Wind Academy. The old woman said. The Holy Knight of the Gods was the bodyguard of the gods. No matter where they were, they had a supreme status. Duan Yi, whom Lin Ling met in Jianghu, was the Holy Knight of the 2 Talisman God. However, Lin Ling was a trial taker. His status was higher than the Holy Knight of the Gods. In addition to the Holy Knight of the Gods, there are also the Messengers of the Gods. There are many Messengers of the Gods in the Snow Wind Academy. Are they all the people of the gods? Hearing this, Lin Ling became curious. The crowd passed through the huge statue, and a magnificent square appeared in front of them. The ground was made with starry sky stones, and it emitted starlight from time to time, making people feel as if they were in the void. As for the square, there were people entering one after another. Upon closer inspection, most of them were people with ultimate desolate bodies. Furthermore, they looked very young. As expected of the gathering place of the strongest martial artists in the 9 provinces and the 10,000 realms, Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Looking at the center of the square, there was a golden stone platform, and sitting on top of it was a woman. She wore a standard robe and had long golden hair. Although her appearance was not bad, her aura was somewhat cold. As for his cultivation, it was at the intermediate martial progenitor realm. This strength was indeed formidable. Then, Lin Ling saw a young woman walk past him. She walked towards the stone platform and seemed to be registering name, talent, and origin. The golden-robed woman behind the stone platform said coldly. However, when she raised her head and saw that it was a young woman in front of her, she wasn't as cold as before. Name, Earring, 2nd grade ultimate desolate body, from the Western Kingdom, currently a 17-kill assassin of the Flying Dragon organization. The young woman said with a smile. No one expected her to be such a powerful assassin. Furthermore, assassins were typically cold, but she revealed a smile. Clearly, in the final world of the Miao Prefecture, even cold assassins had to restrain their killing intent. It's her Earring. Though Afterimage had clearly heard of the woman's name, she is one of the assassins groomed by the Flying Dragon organization. I've heard of her name before, but I never expected to have the fate to meet her today. What's even more unexpected is that she has also come to the Miao Prefecture. Lin Ling never had a good impression of the Flying Dragon organization, so he only nodded his head indifferently. Go take the assessment. If everything is true, you can also become a student of the Snow Wind Academy. The golden-robed woman's attitude was much better as she said with a smile. As for the woman named Earring, she immediately smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful, and she quickly walked to the other side. Although everyone knew that those without an ultimate desolate body could not enter the Snow Wind Academy, the Snow Wind Academy still had to take a test. Furthermore, there were only 2 critical tests. First, talent. Second, life chakra. One's cultivation realm was secondary. This was because, with enough cultivation resources, one's cultivation could still be accumulated, but it did not mean that one would be very powerful. On the contrary, having a powerful ultimate desolate body was more important. Other than that, life chakra. The young feared the strong. This was the same in the world of gods. If it were some old people, even if they had a high-grade ultimate desolate body, the academy would not accept them. This was because their growth speed would be very slow, and it might even be difficult for them to improve. What the academy pursued were those with the most hope of entering the martial god realm. It seems like that is the registration area. Let's go. Lin Ling led Xiaoyu and company forward. Name, talent, where are you from? The golden-robed woman raised her head and glanced at Lin Ling. The smile from before had disappeared, and she had returned to her cold and indifferent look. Lin Ling did not mind. He took out Song Chiri's recommendation jade token and handed it over. This jade token did not have anything written on it, but it meant that Lin Ling did not need to go through the assessment to become a student. However, the moment the recommendation jade token was taken out, the golden-robed woman was stunned. Following that, her eyes immediately filled with contempt and disdain. She even felt some disgust. She knew that this youth must have relied on some connections to enter the Snow Wind Academy. His talent and strength were probably very weak. After all, If he had confidence in himself, why would he need to rely on a recommendation jade token? And the Miaozhou was right under the eyes of God. Although strength represented everything, sometimes connections were also very important. This also led to the academy having people who did not have the ultimate desolate body. These people were either the sons of dukes, or they had connections with viscounts. Take this. It will represent your identity. Go in. The golden-robed woman threw down a token that represented her identity. However, she threw it on the ground with a look of indifference. Seeing this, Afterimage and company were immediately angered. This person was too rude. However, Lin Ling did not say anything. He picked up the palm-sized token and said, "Name and what? How do I record it in my identity token?" "Scram. Don't you know how to ask someone?" The golden-robed woman said coldly. "We are new to the academy and do not know anything. If you want to ask someone, shouldn't you tell us?" This time, Lin Ling's tone turned cold. He was speaking nicely, but the other party kept putting on airs again and again. "Are you deaf? Ask someone yourself." Who knew that the golden-robed woman's attitude would become even colder? "How dare you!" The old woman and company could not stand it any longer. The golden-robed woman actually dared to call Lin Ling deaf. Even Xiaoyu could not stand it. She was too rude and too arrogant. Did she think she was great just because she was an elder of the academy? "What? You still want to cause trouble here?" The golden-robed woman slammed the stone table and stood up. A powerful aura emanated from her. Chapter 34:13. God's Emissary. This was definitely not a weak ultimate desolate body. The moment this talent appeared, Afterimage and company immediately felt the pressure. As for Lin Ling, he also felt it at the beginning, but with his 3 great talents fusing together in his dantian, the pressure instantly decreased. "Siluan, what's the matter?" At this moment, a few figures shot over from afar. They were very fast, reaching 500 world speeds. A strong wind swept through the square, and following that, a few figures appeared beside the golden-robed woman. These people were all dressed in standard robes. They were probably the teachers of the academy. However, they had a dignified aura, as though they were God's emissaries. "Nothing much. Someone used dirty means to enter the academy. I only said a few words, but he was not convinced and wanted to cause trouble. Maybe he treats Snowstorm Academy as his own home," the golden-robed woman said in a crafty and mean manner. With that said, the few teachers looked at Lin Ling. Their expressions were dignified without being angry. Since you entered through the back door, you have to keep a low profile. Just because an elder said a few words, you actually want to behave atrociously. Why don't you take a look at where you are? Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, or don't blame us for being impolite. From the point of view of these teachers, Lin Ling was probably a descendant of a duke, which was why they gave him some face. If not, it would not be as simple as kneeling down and apologizing. Kneel down and apologize? Ha! Lin Ling laughed. The golden-robed woman was twisting right and wrong. What elder said? If it was just a simple sentence, he, Lin Ling, would not have cared. Previously, the golden-robed woman had scolded him several times. Furthermore, he had used the recommendation jade token to enter the academy. Although he had avoided the assessment, this was Lin Ling's problem. If the academy did not accept him, then they could have directly rejected him. Since when was it the woman's turn to speak? I'll also give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, or don't blame me for being impolite. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling said lightly. Under the jurisdiction of God, he did not want to offend anyone, but he was not someone to be bullied. What? At this moment, there was a large commotion. The students stared with widened eyes. That kid was too ferocious. Kneel down and apologize? The golden-robed woman and the others were stunned. Then they laughed out loud in anger. A piece of trash who entered the academy through the back door actually wanted them to kneel down and apologize? They were the messengers of God. It seemed like these people came from the 9 prefectures and thought that they could do the same in the final world. What a joke, what a joke, what a joke. Now get lost. Take your people and get out of Snow Wind Academy. Don't dirty this holy land. The golden-robed woman pointed ahead and shouted angrily. What a joke, what a joke. You are just a registered teacher. What right do you have to dismiss a student? Lin Ling also laughed, and laughed very loudly. He was completely fearless. He didn't know if such a thing had happened in the Snow Wind Academy before, but even if it hadn't, he would let it happen today. Lin Ling didn't believe that a teacher could dismiss a student. And that was indeed the case. For a disciple like Lin Ling who entered the academy through the back door, if one wanted to revoke his qualification as a student, one would need to be at the level of a vice principal. Not to mention, Lin Ling was personally recommended by the city lord. Even the principal would have to consider this matter. Bastard! The golden-robed woman was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She indeed didn't have the right to revoke Lin Ling's identity. Previously, she was bullying Lin Ling because it was his first time here and he didn't understand these things. But who knew that Lin Ling seemed to be very clear about it? Siluan, don't be angry over this trash. Beside her, a man said indifferently. His eyes looked at Lin Ling and the others. Although we don't have the right to dismiss you, you have openly provoked a teacher in the academy. This is a big mistake. Moreover, causing trouble in the holy land of God is even worse. Our academy has the God's disciplinary team and we have the right to kill without mercy. Unfortunately, I, Zhou Lin, happen to be a member of the God's disciplinary team. After saying this, the man leaped forward. Endless white light appeared from his body as a dazzling silver river wrapped around him. Above it, there were thunderbolts. An ultimate desolate body, and it was definitely a third grade or even higher ultimate desolate body. Milky Way palm. He struck out with his palm, causing the silver river to flow in reverse as thunder roared. Terrifying ancestral power surged towards Lin Ling unless Lin Ling used his trump card. There was no way he could block it. And the man naturally didn't know that Lin Ling had a trump card that could resist a martial ancestor. This also meant that his attack on Lin Ling was meant to kill him. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Killing because he couldn't win an argument? What a bully! In the world of God, killing might be restrained, but that was only in a relative sense. Kill him! Lin Ling roared angrily. He didn't give any face. The old woman behind him didn't say a word. Instead, she released endless thunderbolts. Her thunderbolts were black, and an ancient demonic lightning snake slithered out. It was surging and ferocious as it opened its mouth. The black tongue in the snake's mouth was actually formed by thunderbolts. Within the black thunderbolts, the old woman also struck out with her palm. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Silver lightning collided with black lightning, and the silver river collided with the black snake. That old woman is actually so strong. The golden-robed woman frowned slightly. However, the person beside her laughed and said, "She is indeed quite capable. However, Zhou Lin is a messenger of God. He has heard God's language before, so his strength isn't weak." However, just as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. A figure flew out from the thunderbolts and smashed into the ground, causing the square to tremble. Upon closer inspection, the person who was smashed out was actually a teacher of the academy. Furthermore, he spat out blood in a sorry state. He's at least a late-stage martial ancestor. Zhou Lin held his chest as his expression turned extremely ugly. After being defeated in front of all the students, he had lost all his dignity. As for the surrounding students and teachers, they were astounded too. The reason being that the teachers of the institute were all outstanding cultivators of the same cultivation level, unlike the unorthodox martial progenitor realm experts. However, they had been defeated today, which was completely out of their expectations. What's going on? At that moment, a majestic voice resounded in the sky. Following that, starlight shone down. The starlight was like a divine light. With the speed of 1,000 realms whirling, it instantly gathered in the square and turned into a person made of light. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to see the person's appearance clearly. It felt as though they were looking at the god of light. Soon, the light faded and turned into an old man in a neat robe. The old man had a square face and a dignified aura without being angry. Vice Principal. The golden-robed woman was immediately overjoyed and rushed to say, "These people used the recommendation jade plate to act lawlessly here. We reprimanded them a few times and they caused trouble here. They almost killed teacher Zhou Lin." Ha! The old man frowned. A strong pressure spread out like a gust of wind, causing many people to feel suffocated. "That's right. Look, they even injured me. I merely tried to persuade them earlier. Vice Dean, you must kill him." A person who came in through the back door dares to be so arrogant. If you don't kill him, how can the academy gain its sacred name? On the ground, Zhou Lin also started to add insult to injury. Chapter 34:14. Reconciling the matter. Vice Principal, we are all messengers of God, shouldering the mission of resisting the will of the world. If you don't do anything, how can the messengers of God survive? The golden-robed woman said again. Her words were exaggerated, they simply couldn't survive. The mission of resisting the will of the world. The vice president was a little moved. He looked at Lin Ling coldly and said, "Take out your recommendation jade token." His voice became dignified, mixed with anger towards Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling smiled faintly and tossed the referral jade token over. However, he didn't toss it to the vice principal but to the vice principal's feet. Arrogant. Was he trying to humiliate the vice principal? Everyone was shocked. The golden-robed woman and the others were also stunned, but they sneered inwardly. Daring to be arrogant in front of the vice principal, it seemed like they didn't need to smear anything. Just this action alone would make the vice principal believe them. The vice principal nodded, as if he was enduring something, and slowly picked up the recommendation jade token. He was indeed enduring it. But it was only temporary. If the referral jade token was some kind of trash referral, then that brat would be in for a hard time. However, after he picked up the recommendation jade token, he didn't even look at it before he felt something was wrong. Although there was nothing written on the jade token, there were two auras on it, very familiar auras. One of them came from the vice principal. The vice principal's face changed slightly, his aged eyes stared at Lin Ling, as if he could see through the era of gods and demons, wanting to see through Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling looked very ordinary, but the recommendation jade token was left behind by the vice principal. Unless the vice principal personally came forward, otherwise, he didn't have the authority to do so. How about this? Today's matter is over, you apologize, and the academy won't make things difficult for you. The vice principal said indifferently. Apologize? The golden-robed woman and the others were stunned. Just now, that young man threw the recommendation jade token on the ground and asked the vice principal to pick it up. So arrogant, and it was over with just an apology? Vice principal. All the teachers looked at the vice principal. However, the vice principal waved his hand and didn't explain anything. This angered the golden-robed woman so much that she clenched her teeth and made a gurgling sound. Everyone felt lucky for Lin Ling and quietly waited for Lin Ling to apologize. However, Lin Ling also spoke up. Why should I apologize? They should be the ones apologizing for what happened today. Since they have apologized, I will not make things difficult for them. As soon as these words were spoken, the academy square fell silent, and everyone felt a sense of suffocation. The vice principal's eyes narrowed. Not only did that brat refuse to apologize, he even wanted his teacher to apologize? Otherwise, why would he make things difficult for them? This was especially true for the golden-robed woman and the others. They were so angry that their bodies were trembling. Originally, Lin Ling and the others had only apologized, and she was already very unhappy in her heart. In the end, who would have thought that they would be the ones apologizing instead? Let me ask you, is it true that my name is not recorded on the identity jade token you gave me? Lin Ling said. Nonsense. The golden-robed woman shouted, getting angrier and angrier. Since there is no name on the identity jade token and you did not record it for me, then it is your dereliction of duty as a teacher. I asked a few more questions and you told me to get lost. You said I was deaf and didn't know how to ask others. What a joke. This is my first time at the Snow Wind Academy. Do you think I know everything? I asked you a question and you said I was causing trouble. You even took the initiative to attack. That stray dog sitting on the ground wanted to kill me, but his strength was too trashy and he brought disgrace upon himself. After all these things happened, you still want me to apologize? Don't tell me that you teachers have the final say in the Snow Wind Academy. My words may be difficult to convince, but everyone's eyes are clear. Lin Ling continued to say. The golden-robed woman and the others gritted their teeth and wanted to refute, but with the vice principal here, they didn't dare to. The vice principal looked at the golden-robed woman and the others indifferently and knew what had happened. He nodded. It seems that we were negligent. Here, on behalf of the Snow Wind Academy, I apologize to you. Moreover, all your expenses in the academy will be waived. How about it? To learn martial arts in the Snow Wind Academy, one had to pay emperor crystals, and the amount was not small. And all expenses were waived? Many people were envious. So far in the Snow Wind Academy, there were no more than 100 people who had such privileges, but those people were the messengers of God and were extremely powerful. Like Lin Ling, who had just arrived at the academy and was exempted from paying emperor crystals, this was the first case. Lin Ling didn't know that the Snow Wind Academy needed emperor crystals. It must be Zhang Qiri who paid for him. However, Lin Ling didn't want to owe Lei Gong too many cultivation resources. So, after pondering for a moment, he finally nodded. Since the vice principal has apologized, then let's forget about this matter. He said it so casually, as if he was rewarding the Snow Wind Academy. This undoubtedly made the golden-robed woman and the others suffocate. They had never seen such an arrogant guy. All right. In fact, the vice principal was also very angry, but he didn't dare to offend the vice principal's people, so he could only keep the peace. How could he know that if it wasn't for the divine trial, Lin Ling wouldn't have any interest in the Snow Wind Academy? Your identity jade token hasn't recorded your name yet. Follow the square to the east and you will arrive at the third martial hall. At the same time, you will be told what you must do in the Snow Wind Academy. The vice principal said again. If the identity jade token didn't have a name, it meant that the Snow Wind Academy didn't have a person named Lin Ling, so it must record his name. Let's go. Lin Ling held Xiao Yu's hand and led a few people to move forward. Too arrogant. Looking at the backs of those people, the teachers felt more and more sullen, but the vice principal didn't explain anything to them. According to the vice principal's instructions, Lin Ling came to the place where the names were recorded. The teachers there obviously knew what had happened before. They looked at Lin Ling with strange eyes, but they didn't dare to make things difficult for him. However, Lin Ling ignored all of them. After dripping his blood into the jade token, Lin Ling also became a Miaozhou martial artist and a student of the Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. It was said that the divine trial had several missions, and each mission had a series of missions. Currently, he had completed one of the series of missions. He had become a student of the Snow Wind Academy. After leaving the martial hall, Lin Ling immediately looked at the old woman. The old woman nodded and handed a jade bottle to Lin Ling and said, "The divine source is here. What Lei Gong wants you to do next, I will go and ask." Okay. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Holding the jade bottle, his heart was excited. This divine source might be able to greatly increase the power of the time and space divine steel. Let's walk around. After that, the old woman, Lin Ling, and the others walked around the academy. In a valley, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Sword intent condensed as if it wanted to break through the Miaozhou. Chapter 34:15. They almost flattened the Wind Snow Academy. What was terrifying was that it wasn't just one person who transformed into the void, but everyone. Furthermore, these people looked very young, but their strength had reached the later stage of the Saint Realm and the peak stage. Most importantly, their talent was the ultimate desolate body. Even their martial Dao comprehension was extremely terrifying. Ultimate desolate body perfection stage. True God martial spirit perfection stage. Stage power perfection stage. There were even many youths with powerful soul spirits. This Miao Prefecture is indeed the place where the strongest martial artists in the history of the 9 prefectures and 10,000 worlds gathered. These people aren't weaker than me, and they all have the strength to defeat early-stage martial ancestors. Lin Ling was shocked. One had to know that he, Lin Ling, was extremely powerful in fighting beyond his level. In the 9 prefectures, there were very few people who were on par with him, but in Miao Prefecture, he met one. There were many people who could defeat martial ancestors with the strength of a saint realm. The path of martial Dao is actually a race against time. These people's talent and realm aren't low, and their ultimate martial Dao isn't weak. It's obvious that they have excellent perception. Otherwise, it would be impossible for ordinary people to accumulate this much without tens of thousands of years. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts since he was young, and he had accumulated countless martial Dao experience. Even today, when he thought about it, he could still remember that when he was in the Fire Ancient clan in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he had comprehended the ability to control fire and so on. At that time, it was his grandfather who guided him, and this was the accumulation of martial Dao. After so many years, Lin Ling's martial Dao accumulation had reached a high level. However, these people weren't much weaker than him. Everyone has their own opportunities. Some people received the guidance of a fallen god, and their cultivation soared to the heavens. This isn't strange, the old woman said. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Ling, had lived 2 lives, and this was also a kind of opportunity. However, Lin Ling observed for a long time and realized that although these people were different from him, Lin Ling had been to the rainbow world and learned the ability to fuse soul spirits. This kind of martial Dao method was not something that the geniuses in the valley knew. The people here are at a higher realm than me, and some are more talented than me, but no one can surpass me in terms of soul spirits and physical body. Lin Ling secretly said, "Let's go." After watching for a long time, the old woman finally said. Lin Ling and the others followed her. On the other hand, Lin Ling's identity token displayed that he'd just become a new student, and he could listen to the emissary of God teach him the Grand Tao. Moreover, he had to participate in the group training and the baptism of divine light, and all of these were rare fortuitous encounters. Wind Snow of Wind Snow, Wind Snow Academy. Wind Snow Wind Snow Wind Snow Academy. This light had the power to cleanse a martial artist's Snow Wind Snow Snow Academy. One had to know that every martial artist who came to Miao Province had gone through millions of battles. Although they looked fine on the surface, they had accumulated some chronic diseases in their bodies. These were left behind from battles. Although these chronic diseases didn't affect them, martial artists wanted to be in their peak condition, so they didn't want to miss out on the divine light. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in this. His physical body was strong, and he had 5 dantians. Any chronic disease would be healed in time. Moreover, Lin Ling's battle experience was more than millions of battles. Who knew how many life and death battles he had experienced? Lin Ling, I found your courtyard. It's in the north of the city. I'll go to Lei Gong's place now. I'll leave a guide for you. Take them there. Outside the academy, the old woman looked at Lin Ling and said. She handed a sparrow-like bird to Lin Ling. This was the guide. Okay. Lin Ling nodded immediately. He followed the bird and led Xiao Yu and the others forward. At this moment, in the city governor's mansion, Song Chiri was sitting there quietly like a divine general. He had the status of divine paladin, which was one of the best in Snow-Blowing City. City Lord, previously in Snow City, the young master was provoked by someone. Those academy teachers almost killed the young master. At this time, a guard knelt down on one knee and said, "Bang." The city governor was drinking tea at first. After hearing this, he was furious and the teacup in his hand was crushed. Are you sure? City governor, I'm sure. Come on, inform the 100,000 troops to besiege Snow-Blowing Academy. Heavenly Wolf God, come back. Song Chiri roared, and the whole city was in turmoil. The guards were frightened. They never thought that the city governor would react so violently. They didn't know that Lin Ling was a trial tester. Even if Lin Ling failed the trial tester, he was still a hall leader. His status was higher than Song Chiri's. Now, Lin Ling was almost killed in Song Chiri's territory. How could he not be angry? If Lei Gong knew about this, he wouldn't be able to kill him even if he had 100 lives. In the ancient snow-blowing city, dark clouds covered the sky and wolf howls sounded. Many martial artists thought that a great war was about to break out. The old woman was leaving the city, but she also noticed this scene. After thinking for a while, she immediately went to the city governor's mansion. When she arrived at the city governor's mansion, the 100,000 troops were gathering. Junior brother, don't be impatient, the old woman immediately said. Senior sister. Song Chiri looked at the old woman angrily. He was ready to make a scene in Snow-Blowing Academy. Even if the academy's background was not weak, he would destroy it first. Let's forget about this matter. The old woman came over and said, which stunned Song Chiri. The young master doesn't like to make a big deal out of things. Moreover, if you make a big deal out of things, everyone will know that the young master is the lord of the city. This will not be good for the young master's growth. If it affects the trial tester, can you bear the consequences? The old woman said again. Hearing this, Song Chiri's face instantly turned pale. He didn't dare to interfere with the trial tester. Everything depends on the trial tester. As guardians, we only need to provide some help, but we can't be the masters. The old woman said again. I know. Song Chiri finally nodded, then looked at the guards and said, let's go, and cheer up. Don't let those blind guys provoke the young master. If they find out, they will be killed without mercy. Damn it! How dare they provoke the people of Lei Gong Hall? This matter will be decided by the young master. Lin Ling didn't know that the snow-blowing city almost had a war because of him, and the snow-blowing academy also didn't know that they were almost destroyed. At this moment, he was following the little sparrow all the way. Xiaoyu smiled and played with the little sparrow. She seemed to be very happy. This little sparrow is intelligent. I didn't expect that a little sparrow in Miaozhou would have the intelligence of a human. Lin Ling was also surprised because this little sparrow was not even a demon beast. Guest, although we are weak, we are a subspecies left behind by the gods. The little sparrow chirped. Haha, little sparrow, you are so cute. Xiaoyu danced with joy and almost hugged the little sparrow. Miss, this little thing can't stand your torment, don't play with it to death. Doing chased after her with a wry smile. Chapter 34:16. Goodbye, Longyang. However, he just passed through a street when his footsteps suddenly stopped because a celestial maiden had appeared in front of him. She wore a white dress and had fair skin. She was walking with a few men with extraordinary bearings, and her every move, every smile, and every word carried an inhuman bearing. It was beautiful. All the martial artists on the street were more or less quietly looking at her. However, Lin Ling knew that woman. At the same time, the woman in the white dress seemed to sense a familiar gaze. She couldn't help but look in Lin Ling's direction. Then, she was stunned and revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Ling, long time no see. The woman in the white dress walked over. In just a few steps, she gave people the feeling that the sun and moon had lost their light. Longyang, long time no see. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This woman was the one who wanted to kill Lin Ling, Longyang. In the spirit province, this woman seemed to want to obtain some kind of treasure. She hid there and used the experts of the spirit province to frame him. Lin Ling fortunately, Lin Ling had returned to his previous life and was not afraid of poisoned wine. Instead, he took Longyang's virginity and stole her talent. In Yen province, this woman had used schemes and tricks to make Lin Ling a thorn in her side. Lin Ling had almost been killed by her. However, after the battle at Heavenly King Mountain in Yen province, Longyang also disappeared. Lin Ling did not expect that she would also come to Miaozhou. Of course, Longyang was also very surprised at this moment. Lin Ling defeated the martial progenitors of the various great powers during the Azure Prefecture War and became famous again. She didn't expect Lin Ling to come to the final world in such a short time. Longyang, your friend? At this time, a few men beside Longyang walked over and said with a smile. However, their gazes towards Lin Ling were filled with hostility. That's right. My friend from the 9 prefectures, Duan Yun. Perhaps you know him. He is the son of the devil whose name has shaken the 9 prefectures. Longyang said with a smile. She seemed to be introducing Lin Ling, but in fact, she was also putting Lin Ling on the table. The son of the devil is a genius from the Northern Territory. He's incredible. He rose to power step by step on his own and became the 4th leader of the Godslayer Alliance. Now, he's even come to the final world. Longyang's voice was filled with worship. How could the life of an ordinary person enter the final world? Only those with great willpower who can defy the heavens and change their fate can enter. However, this adoring voice made the men laugh, and the hostility in their eyes became even stronger. Son of the devil? Never heard of it. It's the one who destroyed the heavenly court, right? So that's how it is. I've heard that the God-Slayer Alliance is very proud and only accepts geniuses from the 9 prefectures. However, I think that's all there is to it. 5th level of the Saint Realm? Those young men said indifferently. The son of the devil was very famous in the 9 prefectures, but not everyone in the Miao prefecture knew about him, unless they were cultivators who frequently entered and left the 9 prefectures. Therefore, these young men recalled the son of the devil's background after a while. What's your name? The young man called Duan Yun laughed. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ling said coldly. He knew that Longyang wanted to use these people to teach him a lesson. Therefore, he didn't give them any face. However, Duan Yun was stunned. He never expected this young man to be so arrogant. Senior brother Duan Yun, he is indeed very arrogant. Don't take it to heart. After all, It's normal for people with strength to be arrogant. Long Yang suddenly said. Although it seemed like she was trying to explain things for Lin Ling, she was actually trying to drive a wedge between them. This was because these people had the surname Duan. In the Miao prefecture, only one kind of people could have the surname Duan, and that was the Duan family. In the past, Duan Yi was also a member of the Duan family. The Duan family was the #1 family in the Miao prefecture. Arrogance. Indeed, the few young men laughed, as if something had been stirred up. As for Longyang, she also laughed quietly. Everything was as she had guessed. Lin Ling was very strong. But these people were even stronger. With her understanding of Lin Ling was bound to be defeated if a conflict broke out. What a cunning woman! Lin Ling cursed silently, but he didn't mind. The few young men were all at the peak of the sage realm, but their ultimate desolate bodies were only at the 2nd grade. The leader was even at the 3rd grade. Such talent was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Ling could fuse his talent, and his strength was not weaker than a 3rd grade ultimate desolate body. What was there to fear? Longyang, I never expected your taste to deteriorate. You actually got together with such a bunch of scoundrels. I thought that a girl that I, Lin Ling, had slept with would be quite impressive. Sigh, you have disappointed me. This time, Lin Ling took the initiative to attack. What? The few young men were stunned as they turned to look at Longyang. As for Longyang, she was also stunned as she hurriedly explained, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Hee, I still remember that night. I, Lin Ling, have slept with quite a number of girls, but in terms of taste, you are definitely one of the best. I remember. You clearly did not want to, and you were resisting with all your might, but your heart was enjoying it. TSK. I still remember that painful yet happy expression. Lin Ling carried on. Shut up. These words seemed to touch on the shame in Longyang's heart. Her pretty face instantly turned red. That night, Lin Ling was indeed very fierce. He made her feel painful yet happy. She would never forget that night for the rest of her life. Okay. I'll shut up. I won't say any more. Brothers, I was just talking nonsense earlier. You don't have to take it to heart. Pursue her well and give her happiness. Lin Ling immediately waved his hand as he spoke, defending Longyang. However, this kind of explanation made people even more suspicious. The few young men's faces darkened as they looked at Longyang. Longyang's pretty face was flushed red, which was extremely alluring. Don't listen to his nonsense. Longyang was also trying to explain. However, her expression had already explained everything. In fact, from Longyang's face, the few young men saw a kind of satisfaction that a woman should have. At this moment, the young men felt humiliated. The beauty of the academy that they were pursuing was actually taken. Bastard! The young men's heads were fuming with anger. Don't misunderstand. Lin Ling was rubbing salt in their wounds. Duing and the rest laughed because they could clearly see that the few young men's bodies were emitting flames of jealousy. Young master is so powerful. Remnant Sword said in admiration. Kid, tell us your name. Duan Yun could no longer hold it in and roared. Are you jealous? Lin Ling was stunned and said with a frown. There's really nothing between me and her. Don't misunderstand. Jealous? The young men were even more furious. They wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but they couldn't find any excuse. They also didn't want others to think that they were teaching Lin Ling a lesson because of jealousy. That was too embarrassing. For a moment, smoke rose from their foreheads and they were speechless. Sigh, brains are good things. It's a pity that you don't have one. If you want to teach me a lesson, why find an excuse? How about this? I'll call you idiots in front of you and you'll have the right to attack. However, Lin Ling laughed again. He didn't wait for them to find an excuse and took the initiative to provoke them. This was because Longyang clearly wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, how could he, Lin Ling, be someone who would be bullied by others? Chapter 34:17. The Grudge of Fate. Do you know the price of offending us? Duan Yun and the others had long wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would take the initiative to deliver himself to them? Are you going to say that you're from the Duan family and that you're the geniuses of Miao Prefecture and that you're powerful? Please, don't say such old-fashioned lines. I've already made myself clear. There's no need for you to find excuses to teach me a lesson. I, Lin Ling, am provoking you. Do you dare? Lin Ling took a step forward and said calmly. You've got guts. Let me tell you today, you'll leave Snow City on your knees. Duan Yun and the others said coldly as they took a step forward. Long Yong, he slandered you before. Today, I'll teach him a lesson. Just you wait, he'll beg for mercy. One of them looked at Long Yong and said, All right, but don't kill him. Leave him to me. Long Yong said coldly. This time, Lin Ling would not die. Miao Prefecture was the Duan family's territory. Without the God Slayer alliance, she did not believe that Lin Ling could cause any trouble. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'll have to pay a heavy price if you attack in my territory. However, Lin Ling laughed and did not care at all. Ha ha ha, your territory? Hearing this, the young men laughed disdainfully. Everyone knew that Miao Prefecture was the Duan family's territory. However, this outsider said that it was his territory. What a joke! They laughed until their stomachs hurt. Not to mention others, just the dukes, viscounts, and other major forces of snow-blowing city had to give them face. I'd like to see what the price is. Duan Yun took a step forward and stretched out his hand to grab Lin Ling. To everyone's surprise, Duan Yun actually possessed the power of an ancestor. Duan Yun was merely a sage. How dare you? However, just as his attack was about to reach Lin Ling, a furious roar rang out. Then, a fist came from afar. The power of the ancestor was even more powerful. It was a middle-stage martial ancestor expert. Bang! Fist and palm collided, causing Duan Yun to stagger backwards. Looking at the street again, a large number of guards had arrived. They were all martial ancestor experts, and they had surrounded Duan Yun and the others so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. You! Duan Yun frowned. I'm a member of the Duan family, and I'm just passing by. Are you trying to cause trouble? Do you want me to inform the City Lord's guards? I'm sorry, but we are the City Lord's guards. Those people sneered and said indifferently. Duan Yun and the others were stunned. The City Lord's guards attacked them? Since it's the City Lord's guard, that's good. Capture him. Duan Yun bellowed angrily. His voice was thick with authority. Although he didn't know the City Lord of Snow-Blowing City, he guessed that he would give face to the Duan clan. However, the surrounding experts remained motionless. Their auras permeated the air, and they still surrounded the street so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Can't you hear me? Duan Yun felt that he could no longer swallow his pride. However, the guards still did not move. Stop shouting. No one will pay attention to you even if you scream yourself hoarse. On the contrary, Lin Ling spoke. He looked at the guards and said, Capture them and throw them out of Snow-Blowing City. Charge them with the crime of molesting an innocent woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards walked toward Duan Yun and the others. You guys are very bold. You dare to provoke an innocent woman in Snow-Blowing City. Come with me. Snow-Blowing City does not welcome you. Get lost. The guards said coldly as they walked. Duan Yun and the others were dumbfounded. They ordered the guards, but no one paid attention to them. On the contrary, the guards obeyed Lin Ling's orders. How was this possible? What kind of person was Lin Ling? He should be an outsider. Do you know who I am? We are members of the Duan family. If you dare to touch me, my Duan family will not let you off. Duan Yun and the others shouted angrily when they saw the guards walking toward them. Your lines are still so old. Besides showing off your family, don't you have anything else to be confident about? Please, I'm tired of hearing your lines. Lin Ling laughed. Beside him, Xiao Yu also laughed. Brother, I'm tired of hearing it too. Ha ha. The people on the street were amused. However, they also thought that there was nothing new in what Duan Yun and the others had said. Slap them. Lin Ling shouted angrily. The experts immediately rushed over. How could Duan Yun and the others block them? Slap, slap, slap. I've said it before. Don't hit them. Otherwise, the price will be great. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Throw them out. Lin Ling said again. Son of demon, I will not let you off. Push. Don't push me. I'll get lost myself. Duan Yun and the others were beaten until their heads were swollen. They were extremely sullen. The high and mighty Duan family bloodline was actually slapped in the face and humiliated on the street. How could they face anyone? Unfortunately, no one in snow-blowing city cared about them. Instead, outside the city, a few figures fell from the sky, causing dust to fly. The ones who were thrown out were Duan Yun and the others. On the street, Long Yang was still standing there, but her eyes were filled with shock. She had been in Miaozhou for 2 years, but she still had not gained a firm foothold here. However, Lin Ling seemed to have gained a firm foothold. He actually had the city lord mansion's people listen to his orders. What's going on? Long Yang, do you want to get lost yourself? Or do you want to stay for the night? While Long Yang was still in shock, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. Long Yang fiercely clenched her teeth. Ever since she was humiliated by Lin Ling, every time she wanted to take revenge, she failed. Instead, she was humiliated by Lin Ling. Especially today, she wanted to use the Duan family's power to wash away the humiliation. But the result? Those people from the Duan family were simply trash. If you have the ability, kill me. Long Yang coldly said. The grudges between us will eventually be settled. I, Lin Ling, will be waiting for you. Of course, if you want to settle it now, I will accompany you. Now get lost. Lin Ling coldly said. Although he and Long Yang were in a situation where one side would not rest until one side was dead, Long Yang was a person with many tricks, but she was also a person with principles. She wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she had always been targeting Lin Ling. She had never made a move against Lin Ling's family and friends. Because of this, Lin Ling respected her. If they really wanted to fight to the death, then they would settle it between the two of them. Lin Ling, I will look for you again. Long Yang left these words and strode away. Impudent! The guards angrily shouted. After the incident at the academy, the city lord had already instructed them to kill anyone who dared to provoke the young lord. Let her go. Lin Ling stopped them, then looked at the guards and said, You can go now. Also, tell Tsong Chiri not to follow me anymore. It will be disadvantageous to me. The guards immediately felt a little embarrassed. Go, he will know. However, Lin Ling's attitude was very firm. Yes, Your Excellency. The guards had no choice but to obey the order. On the street, many people curiously stared at Lin Ling, guessing who Lin Ling was and why he had such a powerful background. Lin Ling ignored them and walked towards his courtyard. Not long after, an ancient courtyard appeared in front of him. It was not big, but it was very clean and very simple. However, when Lin Ling entered, Lin Ling was stunned. He carefully glanced at it with his evil eyes and his face immediately changed. Chapter 34:18. Spiritual Marrow. Young master, what happened to him? I don't know. Xiaoyu and the others were shocked by Lin Ling's actions. Haha, it's spirit marrow. There's a strand of spirit marrow the size of a strand of hair under this courtyard. Haha, this courtyard is too good. After a long time, Lin Ling finally rushed out and said excitedly, What is spirit marrow? Do Ying and the others were puzzled. Above the spiritual pulse is the spiritual marrow. Lin Ling said word by word. His face was flushed red, as if he was still excited. Spirit veins are used for cultivation, while spirit marrow is used to raise one's talent. All of you should know that in the final world, what is hard is not an increase in realm, but an increase in talent. This is also the reason why the Snow Wind Academy needs the ultimate desolate body. Even if an ordinary genius were to reach the martial progenitor realm, they would still be no match for him. Furthermore, it would be extremely difficult for him to raise his cultivation level even if he were to spend a huge amount of resources. This is all because of his talent. Tell me, if we're on top of the spirit marrow that increases talent, the speed of increasing talent is 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times that of others, what will the result be? Hearing this, Du Ying and the others were dumbfounded. They were so excited that their bodies started to tremble. This meant that anyone above the spiritual marrow had the right to enter the final world and obtain the ultimate desolate body. One had to know that some people could not obtain the ultimate desolate body even after spending their entire lives. And even if they had it, they would have reached the limit and it would be difficult to improve on it. That was why their entire lives were frozen, unable to break through again. In the end, as time passed, they slowly died of old age. This was because the ultimate desolate body was the main factor that determined a warrior's upper limit. Wow, young master, we've picked up a treasure. After that, Do Afterimage and the others cheered excitedly. When I set up a formation in the courtyard and activate the spirit marrow, our talent will increase 10 times faster than others. Lin Ling took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he began to tidy up the courtyard. This courtyard had spirit marrow, but it was only as big as a strand of hair. It was like the roots of a tree that extended across the ground. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all. This was also why no one cared about the courtyard. Lin Ling was also curious as to where the spirit pith was growing. What if it was the biggest spirit pith tree root? Lin Ling found it terrifying just thinking about it. The tree root, which was like the largest spiritual marrow, was probably able to raise a warrior's ultimate desolate body to the 5th grade. Next, Lin Ling spent a certain amount of time to set up a spirit formation in the courtyard. Not only did he hide the spirit marrow, he also set up a large number of defensive spirit formations to prevent others from accidentally entering this place. As for Du Kening and the others, they cleaned up the courtyard, making it much more comfortable to live in. However, the effects of the spirit marrow were slowly revealed. At the beginning, it would not allow a martial artist to quickly increase their talent. It required a certain amount of time. Therefore, Lin Ling took out the fire divine source and began refining it. This divine source was the most ancient object in the world. It came from the era of the gods, and it surpassed all other origins. It was the ancestor of all origins. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. His hands were holding a ball of flame. This flame looked ordinary and was only dark red in color. It did not have any threatening aura. However, the more it returned to its original state, the more powerful the divine power it represented. It's so difficult to refine. Lin Ling sensed that the flame in his hands was still burning. Using the primal chaos divine art to refine it, the flame only entered his body in wisps. It seemed that it would take a long time to refine this divine source. Of course, if the old woman was here, she would definitely be shocked. This was because, at present, other than the martial ancestor realm, it was very difficult for other realms to refine divine source. The old woman thought that Lin Ling was only carrying it with him to increase his talent. Time quietly passed. In the depths of Lin Ling's dantian, a colorful flame burned. It wrapped around an ancient stone tablet, emitting a surging pressure. The space-time divine steel, one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe, was currently undergoing an ultimate transformation. In the 9 provinces, the 6 great god eyes were the strongest in terms of eye talent. Even in the 9 provinces, they were existences that could not be underestimated. However, in the final world the 6 great god eyes were not the best. Unless it was at the level of the 9th god eye, it might be able to dominate the Miaozhou. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that the space-time divine steel's limit was about to be reached. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, the flame in Lin Ling's hands gradually dimmed and finally extinguished. His dantian then emitted a rumbling sound. The dazzling 5-colored divine flame burned. The space-time divine steel emitted ripples that were extremely sacred. He had completely stepped into the ranks of the ultimate 2nd-grade desolate body. However, Lin Ling's cultivation realm did not increase after this refinement. Of course, Lin Ling did not mind this. In the Miaozhou, talent was the most important thing. Even if his cultivation realm had increased, if his talent did not increase, he would not be able to go far in the future. He might not even be able to break through to the sage realm. What a powerful pressure. I have a wisp of divine power and ancestral power. Currently, the space-time divine steel is the highest grade of all my innate gifts. However, its potential can't compare to the god devil body, dragon bone, and dragon soul. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although his cultivation realm did not seem to have increased, his strength had increased by more than 30%. In the 9 provinces, no one in the sage realm could defeat him. In the Miaozhou, Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat many sages. The sage realm in the Miaozhou was much stronger than in the 9 provinces. In the past, Lin Ling had thought that he was invincible in the sage realm. However, after coming to the Miaozhou, he realized that he was a frog in a well. In a situation where he also had the ultimate desolate body, others were not much weaker than him. Of course, without the ultimate desolate body, even a 2nd-level martial ancestor would not be a match for Lin Ling. After leaving the room, Lin Ling came to the courtyard. At this moment, Dou Kening and the rest sensed Lin Ling's appearance and immediately walked out. Lin Ling realized that their desolate bodies had also increased. One had to know that for seniors like Dou Kening, it was very difficult to increase their talent. This also made it difficult for their cultivation realm to increase. During this period of time, they had obtained treasures from Lin Ling that allowed them to increase their cultivation realm. At this rate, you will soon awaken the ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling immediately said with a smile. It's all thanks to the young master. Dou Kening and Canning said excitedly. How long have I been in seclusion? Did the old woman come? Lin Ling asked again. If not for the divine trial, he, Lin Ling, would not have any interest in the Snow Wind Academy. However, since he had agreed to the trial, he wanted to see what mission the old woman had arranged for him. Young master, you have been in seclusion for a month. However, that senior did not come. Dou Kening immediately said. A month. It's shorter than I estimated. Lin Ling immediately nodded. It seemed that he had underestimated the chaos divine formula. The power of nothing can't refine was indeed very strong. How about this, you guys stay here and cultivate? I'll go back to the academy to take a look. If the old woman comes back, inform me. Chapter 34:19. Back to Snow Wind Academy. Dou Kening and the rest immediately nodded. Lin Ling left Xiao Yu behind and walked towards the Snow Wind Academy alone. Speaking of which, he could be considered an exception. If others could enter the Snow Wind Academy, they would definitely seize this opportunity to get close to the gods and increase their strength. However, Lin Ling didn't care if he went or not. If not for the fear of being expelled, he probably wouldn't even show up once a year. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Snow Wind Academy, Lin Ling saw many experts coming in and out. They were all wearing the same uniform, the uniform of the Snow Wind Academy. This guy isn't wearing a snow wind robe. Is he a student of the Snow Wind Academy? Definitely not. Definitely not. I think he was eliminated by the Snow Wind Academy, but he was unwilling to leave. Up until now, there was no one in the Snow Wind Academy who didn't wear the Academy's robe, so the passers-by were also very curious about Lin Ling. How could they know that Lin Ling had skipped classes for a month, so how could he have received a snow wind robe? Lin Ling also heard those words, but he ignored them and strode in. At this time, a divine light enveloped him. If he wasn't a student of the Snow Wind Academy, he would have been attacked by the divine light. The surrounding students suddenly sneered as they waited for this scene. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye and entered without any problems. This time, the students were all dumbfounded and a huge question mark appeared in their minds. What kind of situation was this? That guy could enter the academy, which meant that he was a student of the academy, but he didn't wear a snow wind robe? Could it be that this guy had disappeared for a month? After entering the Snow Wind Academy, Lin Ling took out the jade token and wanted to go to his cultivation area. However, the jade token showed that Lin Ling was a student of the First God Hall. It turned out that the Snow Wind Academy was divided into the First God Hall, Second God Hall and Third God Hall. Without a doubt, those who could become a student of the Third God Hall were the most qualified to become the emissary of the gods. As for the First God Hall, to put it bluntly, it was a new student. This made Lin Ling click his tongue in wonder. He had been practicing martial arts for so many years and had entered many sects and martial houses, but this was the first time he saw such a situation. In the past, when he cultivated in the sects and martial houses, there was no such thing as a classroom. This also meant that under the eyes of the gods, there were rules and regulations. There was no freedom as before. The good thing, the system, the academy system, the system, the system, the academy, the academy, the academy, the academy, the academy, the academy, the academy. The bad, the Tao, the academy, 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 the academy. To you. When Lin Ling arrived at his own First God Hall, a surprised voice rose beside him. It was the assassin from the Flying Dragon organization named Eardrop. Lin Ling, girl, sect. To Lin Academy. You haven't come to class for a month, the woman said in surprise. He strode into the classroom. So arrogant. She did not seem to know that Lin Ling was the son of the devil. At this moment, she was annoyed by Lin Ling's impolite actions. Lin Ling realized that the classroom was very big. Although it was called a classroom, it was more like a small square. Around the square, there was a large number of gods' enchantments. It looked extremely extraordinary. Looking at the students in the classroom, there were quite a number of them. Furthermore, their strength was not weak. Most of them were in the sage realm, but all of them had the ultimate desolate body. A few of them even had the second-grade ultimate desolate body. It seemed like they were the best in the first god hall. Amazing. They just came to the Snow Wind Academy, but their talent has already reached the second-grade ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Previously, he had met Duan Yi in the Qing province. He was said to be a sacred knight of God. However, he only had the second-grade ultimate desolate body. These people had just arrived in the Miao province, but their talent was already so outstanding. If given some time, it was possible for them to reach the third-grade ultimate desolate body. Apart from them, there were also a few first-level martial ancestor realm youths. However, in the Miao province, what was important was the ultimate desolate body, not the cultivation realm. Therefore, these people were not the most dazzling in the class. It's him. I heard that on the first day of school, he made the vice principal apologize personally. He was also a fierce person who forced the messengers of God to fly into a rage out of humiliation. No matter how fierce and awesome he is, he's just a piece of trash who relied on the recommendation Jade token. In the classroom, many people were staring at Lin Ling as he walked in. A month ago, Lin Ling was not afraid of teacher Cailuan. This was something they had all witnessed. Regarding this, they looked down on Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. They believed that Lin Ling was a piece of trash who had entered the Snow Wind Academy through the back door. Naturally, Lin Ling heard these voices. However, he was too lazy to care about them. He realized that these people were very young and did not have many life chakras. However, because of this, their experience could not be compared to some old monsters. They still had the impulsiveness of young people and were not calm enough. As for Lin Ling, who had lived 2 lives, he was considered an old monster who had cultivated for many years. Bang! At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the door. Following that, a young man with golden hair walked in. He was different from the others. Not only was he wearing a uniform, he was also wearing a shiny golden armor. Zhuang Yanming. The classroom suddenly became silent as hundreds of people stared at the young man. The son of the Duke of Snow Wind City. I heard that his talent is extremely powerful. He is one of the top 2 existences in our class. I remember when the school started, he was the one who shone brightly in the talent assessment. Yes, he is the genius of our class. The young men said with some reverence. The young man with golden hair walked in with a proud face. Roar! Following his footsteps, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. It was as if a golden dragon was wandering in the classroom, shocking the hearts of everyone. What a powerful talent! One must know that those who were able to appear here were all outstanding figures in the history of the 9 regions and the 10,000 realms. However, the young man with golden hair was still able to shock them. This showed the gap between them. At this moment, the people who were still standing in the classroom were Zhuang Yanming and Lin Ling. The reason why Lin Ling was still standing was that he was looking for a seat to sit down. As for Zhuang Yanming, he deliberately walked back to his seat slowly to show his uniqueness. However, his gaze also fell on Lin Ling because Lin Ling was not wearing the snow wind robe. Humph! Zhuang Yanming snorted arrogantly. He also knew what kind of person Lin Ling was. Taking the back door. A piece of trash. Lin Ling ignored him. He found a seat in the corner and sat down. Just as he sat down, another figure walked in through the door. This time, it was a teacher. Those who could become a teacher of the Snow Wind Academy were all messengers of God. There was no doubt about their strength. In the 9 regions, they would definitely be formidable figures. However, they were reluctant to leave God, so they would not go to the 9 regions. To the teachers, it was just a barbarian land. What was the point of being a king? Only by following God could they find the true meaning of martial arts. Chapter 34:20. Goodbye, Teacher Cailuan. After Cailuan entered the classroom, she calmly sat down. She swept her gaze around and her eyes suddenly lit up. Clearly, she had also noticed Lin Ling's arrival. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. The vice principal had personally apologized and humiliated them, yet they were safe and sound. Now, they even dared to miss a month of classes. They were indeed trash. No wonder they had to enter Snow Wind Academy through the back door. After Cailuan sat down, she explained the rules of the academy and then the goal of outstanding students. That was the Shen-san Hall. Only by graduating from the Shen-san Hall would one have the opportunity to meet the gods. The gods were the 4 strongest gods in the 9 prefectures. As warriors, who did not want to meet them? For this, youths from the 9 prefectures and 10,000 worlds would work hard for their entire lives. However, although the goal seemed simple, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to achieve it. Miaozhou's 36 academies were established by the gods. The academies do not look at one's realm or strength, but the ultimate desolate body. If you have the chance to reach the 3rd grade ultimate desolate body, then you can enter the Shen-san Hall. If you reach the 4th grade ultimate desolate body, then you can enter the Shen-san Hall. Although it is very difficult to improve the ultimate desolate body, under the guidance of the academy, you still have the chance to succeed. Of course, people are divided into different grades. Although you are the most outstanding elites in the 9 prefectures and are the children of the gods, some people are naturally closer to the gods. These people have the 3rd grade ultimate desolate body the moment they enter the academy. They can enter the Shen-san Hall, and this is the difference. However, if some people are strong, there will naturally be people who are trash. For example, in our class, some people only have the desolate physique. They relied on the recommendation of others to enter the Snow Wind Academy. Such people will soon be eliminated. Miao Zhou does not welcome such unruly people. Suddenly, Cailuan's tone changed as she said coldly. Everyone subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. They knew that the teacher was definitely talking about Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. However, it is because of the existence of trash that it can serve as a foil for elites like you. Cailuan said again, which made many people puff out their chests and smile faintly. Alright, let's not talk about those useless passers-by. Now, let's take a look at the prodigy in our class, solemn and bright. Cailuan's gaze suddenly shifted and landed on the golden-haired young man. She smiled and said, "The reason why I asked Zhuang Yanming to come out was to motivate you all." At this moment, the golden-haired young man smiled and walked out. "Zhuang Yanming, show them your talent." Cailuan smiled and said, "At least let some people who take the back door know how lowly they are." "Yes, teacher." The golden-haired youth nodded. Next, he unleashed his innate talent. Golden light shone brightly, shaking the heavens and earth. A huge pressure erupted, making it difficult for many people to breathe. Could it be, as the rumors say, that Zhong Hingming is a grade 3 ultimate desolate body? Rank 3. That's terrifying. I only have a 1st grade ultimate desolate body. How did he get to a 3rd grade one? One has to know that it's easy to raise one's cultivation level, but it's the hardest to raise one's talent. Many people exclaimed and stared at Zhuang Yanming with reverence and admiration. 3rd rank to them was already considered very rare. That day, when Zhang Rongming took the assessment, the Wind Snow Academy was also shocked. The vice principal even said that Zhang Rongming was the most outstanding talent in the past 10 years, and he was also the most promising candidate to become the Holy Knight of God. As for the emissary of God, it was already a done deal. Cailuan smiled and looked at Zhong Hengming. "Zhuang Yanming, show everyone your innate talent." "It's my honor." Zhuang Yanming enjoyed the admiring gazes of the crowd as he pushed his innate talent to the limit. Roar! A golden dragon flew out from his body and circled around, emitting a threatening dragon's aura. Dragon God. This was the real dragon god. One had to know that every young man present had seen a dragon before. They had even seen the son of a true dragon in the myriad worlds. However, those were not true dragons. They only had the shape of a dragon. In the 9 prefectures, the true dragons were the dragon race. The true dragons were the dragon gods. The bloodline of the dragon god. No wonder, no wonder. Yes, the bloodline of the dragon race is nobler than the 100 great bloodlines. Many young men began to talk about it. Some women's eyes flickered as if they had seen the dragon race's crown prince. As for Lin Ling, he shook his head. Although Zhuang Yanming's innate talent was higher than his, Lin Ling could see that it was just a subspecies of the dragon god. It was similar to the bloodline of the dragon demon in the dragon race. It was not a legitimate dragon god. Thinking about it, This was the bloodline of the dragon god that Zhuang Yanming's family had forcefully accumulated by constantly searching for foreign objects from the dragon race. Such innate talent would also have a limit to its growth. Perhaps it would be difficult to improve after reaching grade 5. And Lin Ling, he was the real dragon god. He did not know how many dragon bones of the real dragon god he had refined. Dragon, dragon breath, dragon's aura. At this moment, Zhong Hingming stretched out his palm, causing the golden dragon in the sky to shrink. In his palm, it turned into a mini dragon, but the dragon's mouth was still majestic. Dragon breath. The aura of the dragon god was also spreading out. The vast class immediately cheered. Some excited young men even shouted, "Brother Zhuang, once the dragon god appears, who else but me can do it?" Hee. Zhuang Yanming smiled faintly. He liked this atmosphere very much. But at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Lin Ling could not hold it in any longer. Was this also considered a dragon breath? Compared to the spectral dragon god in the rainbow realm, it was like a cow's hair. Not to mention, the dragon demons in his pearl were much more powerful than Zhuang Yanming's. Who else but me can do it? What a joke! Bang! At this moment, Siluan suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Lin Ling, what are you laughing at?" The classroom suddenly became silent. Many people also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. He was not allowed to laugh? However, he also stood up. "I'm laughing. It's none of your business." "What?" Siluan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Last time, Lin Ling also ignored her like this. This time, in front of so many geniuses, he still did not give her any face. "I'm laughing at such an ordinary talent, but you all keep praising it. Of course, these young men come from all over the world, so it's not strange that they don't have much knowledge. But you, the emissary of God, are actually praising it? Are you from the countryside? Have you never seen a real powerhouse?" Lin Ling said again, and then helplessly spread out his hands. "Sigh, if I knew Snow Wind Academy was so bad, I wouldn't have come." "You!" Siluan stood up angrily, and her body was trembling. The eyes of the young men in the class trembled. That guy had been absent for a month. It was rare for him to come to Snow Wind Academy, but now he said it was a waste of time. Did he think Snow Wind Academy was a marketplace? Chapter 34:21. A dragon shouldn't be like this. You are just a short-sighted person. What qualifications do you have to judge me? Lin Ling retorted with a faint smile. Good. You are so powerful, right? 10 days later, Snow Wind Academy's first God Hall's freshman trial. Do you dare to come? Siluan pointed at Lin Ling and said, "If you don't dare to come, then get out of the academy and don't dirty my eyes." If he didn't go to the freshman trial, then Lin Ling would have to leave Snow Wind Academy. This request was obviously too much. It could be said that she was forcing Lin Ling to participate. Lin Ling immediately sneered, "What qualifications do you have to force me to participate in the freshman trial? Who do you think you are?" His words were tit for tat, without the slightest fear. The whole class was shocked. They already knew that Lin Ling was arrogant, but today they saw it with their own eyes. Was this guy not afraid of being expelled? If they knew that if Lin Ling didn't agree to the old woman's request, he wouldn't have come even if Snow Wind Academy invited him, they wouldn't think so. Freshman trial? What if I participate? What do you plan to do? At this time, Lin Ling opened his mouth again. If you participate and become one of the top 10 freshmen, I will give you whatever you want. Siluan said word by word. All right, but first, I don't want your treasures, and second, I don't want your guidance. I only want your dignity. If I become one of the top 10 freshmen, you have to kowtow to me 3 times in front of everyone. Do you dare? Lin Ling asked. Kowtow 3 times? Siluan was the messenger of God. In the 9 states, even the Yen state's God Emperor was inferior to her. Right now, she wanted to kowtow 3 times? This bet was a bit too big. Siluan was stunned and wanted to say something, but Lin Ling opened his mouth again. Don't think it's fair or not, because if I lose, I will have to leave Snow Wind Academy. So do you dare or not? Do you think I'm afraid of you? In order to make Snow Wind Academy more sacred, I will bet with you. In the name of God, I will sweep a piece of trash like you out of Snow Wind Academy. Siluan immediately said, "In the name of God?" Your words sound better than a song, but I'll see you in 10 days. Lin Ling smiled faintly and strode away. Wait. But at this moment, Zhuang Yanming shouted coldly. Lin Ling had just arrived at the classroom door when his footsteps came to a halt. He said indifferently, "What's wrong? You have a problem with that? You were mocking me before, weren't you?" Zhuang Yanming said coldly. All the experts in the class sneered. They knew that Lin Ling would definitely be expelled in 10 days. However, they were also very unhappy with Lin Ling's arrogance. Therefore, how could they let Lin Ling leave so easily? Xiaoluan also had the same thought. She was looking forward to Zhuang Yanming teaching Lin Ling a lesson. As of now, she could not tell that Lin Ling had an ultimate desolate body. As for Zhuang Yanming's third-grade ultimate desolate body, he could easily suppress Lin Ling. Not to mention rank 3, even rank 1 was enough. So what if I'm mocking you? Lin Ling nodded his head faintly. All right then. You will be participating in the freshman trials in 10 days, so I won't hurt you today. However, I want you to experience the aura of my third-grade ultimate desolate body. I want you to kneel down. Zhuang Yanming said as he took a step forward. I feel that it's a waste of talent for you not to sing. You want me to kneel down and I'll kneel down? Are you daydreaming or singing? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Ignorance is a tragedy. Perhaps you don't know what a dragon god is, but today, I'll let you experience it for yourself. Zhuang Yanming shook his head mockingly. He activated his talent and transformed into a golden dragon god. He roared as he charged towards Lin Ling. Rumble! The aura was extremely terrifying. If not for the large number of gods' barriers in the class, just the appearance of the dragon god would have turned the surroundings into ashes. All the youths felt their hearts tighten. What a terrifying aura! They could clearly hear the angry roar of a dragon. One had to know that the roar was targeted at Lin Ling. When they looked at Lin Ling again, Lin Ling smiled. He continued walking forward, as though he wanted to leave the classroom. Everyone was immediately stunned. What was the meaning of Lin Ling's actions? Escape. He must be trying to escape. Brother Zhuang's ultimate desolate body is something that even a second-grade or third-grade desolate body would not be able to withstand, much less a first-grade ultimate desolate body. Trash. He only knows how to go through the back door and talk big. Many people laughed disdainfully. Zhuang Yanming, on the other hand, puffed up his chest. Today, Lin Ling was arrogant in front of the whole class. Even the teacher was so angry that he had nothing to say. However, now that he stepped in, he was the only one who could suppress Lin Ling. This also proved his standing in the class. However, just as he was thinking, Lin Ling suddenly stopped and turned to look at the gigantic golden dragon. At this moment, the golden dragon was roaring and spewing out its dragon breath. However, Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly as he opened his mouth. Scram. One word. It seemed calm, but it had a terrifying suppressive force. If the golden dragon was the dragon god, then Lin Ling was the king of the dragon gods. He did not even need to use his talent. With the dragon god's bloodline in his body, he could easily suppress the golden dragon. If Zhuang Yanming was any other third-grade talent, Lin Ling would still need to use other means. Unfortunately, a dragon? Sorry, Lin Ling was the ancestor of dragons. Scram. Endless echoes echoed as the sacred golden dragon froze. Following that, it began to tremble, as though it had seen its ancestor. It turned its head and flew back towards Zhuang Yanming. As for Zhuang Yanming, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His talent returned with a power that was ancient, all-powerful, and awe-inspiring. This was the true meaning of, if I can't do it, who can? Putong. He did not know what had happened, but his legs turned to jelly as he knelt down in fright. This was because his ultimate desolate body had been intimidated by Lin Ling's dragon breath. As for the entire class of experts, including Xiaoluan, they were all stunned. Zhuang Yanming, who had an ultimate third-grade desolate body and was known as the dragon race's crown prince, knelt down. This must be a joke. At this moment, a calm voice drifted in. Dragons aren't like that. The voice came from Lin Ling. It seemed calm, but it was like rolling thunder that entered everyone's hearts. Dragons aren't like that. How arrogant. How carefree. How contemptuous. How contemptuous. At that moment, no one could speak. I heard that the son of the devil, Lin Ling, has the great solar calamity destroyer Bao. However, how can his dragon race bloodline be stronger than Zhuang Yanming's? However, not everyone in the class knew Lin Ling. A few of them knew of Lin Ling's background. At this moment, their hearts were pounding. Although the son of the devil was famous in the 9 states, they believed that the son of the devil was only so in the Miao prefecture. After all, Lin Ling was only a representative of this era. However, 100 years ago, there were many people like Lin Ling. However, after they entered the Miao prefecture, they eventually declined. Furthermore, no matter how dazzling they could not be compared to when they were in the 9 states. As for the son of the devil, he was still as proud as ever. 10 days later, I'll be waiting for you to be expelled. Siluan still did not know what had happened. This was because Lin Ling did not use his talent. My old injury acted up, so he took advantage of me. Chapter 34-22. Freshman Trial. So that's how it is. Many people nodded. Perhaps they did not believe that the 3rd grade ultimate desolation would fail. Of course, some people did not think so, especially those who knew Lin Ling's origin. They felt that things might not be as they imagined. So boring. At this moment, Lin Ling left Snow Wind Academy and walked towards the courtyard. He had already reported once, so Snow Wind Academy should not expel him. Just as he returned to the courtyard, a burly figure stood there. After seeing Lin Ling, he could not help but smile. It was the old woman. Looks like Lei Gong's trial by God mission is here. Lin Ling could not help but look forward to it. After completing Lei Gong's mission, not only could he become stronger, he could also obtain some treasures. Naturally, he was looking forward to it. Lin Ling, you're back. After seeing Lin Ling, the old woman could not help but smile and said, Trial by God's first trial. The second mission is to participate in the Starry Sky Forest and find the Maha Mantra. Yes. Maha Mantra. Lin Ling was stunned. Yes, this mission is not a must, but if you can complete it, you can get a reward. You can make any request of Lei Gong. The old woman said, in fact, the first trial of the Trial of God has 3 major tasks. As long as you complete 2 of them, you can pass. Currently, of the 10 Thunder God trial challengers, 5 of them have already completed the first trial. So, if I complete this mission, the first trial will be a success. Lin Ling nodded. This mission was not a must, but it would be better if he could complete it. After all, to be able to make any request of Lei Gong, this was a rare opportunity. Although the new heavenly court would not make a move on Qingzhou, Lin Ling could not guarantee that the assassin organization would not. So if Lei Gong came out to protect Qingzhou, no one in 9 states would dare to provoke Qingzhou. But, what is the Starry Sky Forest training? Lin Ling asked again. Freshman Trial. The old woman suddenly said, which made Lin Ling nod his head in understanding. It seemed that he had to participate in the freshman trial even more. Next, Lin Ling and the old woman entered the courtyard together. After the old woman entered, she immediately discovered the changes in the courtyard. She was immediately shocked. Lin Ling smiled mysteriously and didn't explain anything. The power of this courtyard can continuously stimulate the potential of one's innate talent. Teske, I didn't expect that the courtyard I randomly found for you would contain such a treasure. The old woman looked around in shock. Suddenly, her expression changed. No, this courtyard used to be the residence of a young master. There's no way he didn't notice the power in the courtyard. The more she thought about it, the more surprised she became. Then she couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She guessed that Lin Ling had found the secret of the courtyard and used it to his advantage. Lin Ling, he really had a lot of secrets hidden on his body. He didn't look like an ordinary genius at all. Instead, he looked like a powerhouse that came from the era of gods. How would she know that the former Li Xiaoyao was a ghostly genius of that era? To be called a ghostly genius, how could his knowledge be weak? Of course, Li Xiaoyao rose quickly and fell quickly as well. Therefore, not many people in the 9 prefectures knew of Li Xiaoyao. After all, in the 9 prefectures' endless history, there would always be geniuses who would rise at a certain time. This was an unchanging principle. In the next 10 days, Lin Ling cultivated in seclusion in the courtyard, allowing his cultivation to gradually reach the peak of the 5th stage of the Saint Realm. As for the space-time divine steel, the realm-devouring beast, the sky dragon's bones, and the great netherwind dragon, his innate talents were also improving. Especially the realm-devouring beast and the dragon god's bloodline, they were showing signs of transforming into the second-grade ultimate desolate body. However, the cultivation time was too short. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. It's time for the freshman trial. On this day, Lin Ling walked out of his room. Xiao Yu and the rest were waiting for Lin Ling. Lin Ling hugged Xiao Yu and left a few words to do Xianxia and the rest before walking towards the Snow Wind Academy. The Snow Wind Academy was extremely lively. All the freshmen had gathered. It turned out that the freshmen of the Snow Wind Academy weren't limited to Lin Ling's class. As long as they joined the academy within 100 years, they were considered freshmen. Therefore, the number of people had almost reached 10,000. It was extremely lively. When Lin Ling arrived, the originally lively surroundings suddenly quieted down. Regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not, all of them were staring at Lin Ling. This was because they had heard that a troublemaker had arrived this year. A troublemaker that had made the vice principal apologize personally. Most importantly, they had heard that this troublemaker had entered the academy through the back door. In the academy, there was no lack of people who entered through the back door. However, they were all very low-key. People like Lin Ling were very rare. I didn't expect that you would really dare to come. Among the crowd, Siluan also looked at Lin Ling and said coldly. The other teachers didn't give him any face, especially the teacher called Zhou Lin. He hated Lin Ling the most because the old woman beside Lin Ling had once beaten him up like a dog. Therefore, he also told the strong in the class to find a way to teach Lin Ling a lesson if they met him. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Lin Ling ignored everyone's strange gaze and said indifferently. He still had that kind of indifferent look on his face. When everyone saw this, they were naturally angered to the point that their teeth itched. Do you know what the freshman trial is? How many people who participate in the trial can survive? Siluan said. She had thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to come. I really don't know what the freshman trial is. Lin Ling nodded. He only knew that it was in the Starry Sky Forest. However, he wasn't familiar with that place. You! Siluan immediately pointed at Lin Ling. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Because anyone who knew about the freshman trial would be afraid of this trial. Therefore, she thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to participate after knowing what the freshman trial was. Who knew that Lin Ling wouldn't even know what the trial was and would shamelessly participate in it. Lin Ling, the freshman trial is in the Starry Sky Forest. That is one of the 7 forbidden areas in the 9 prefectures. Do you know now? At this time, Zhuang Yanming also spoke. Because he also thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to participate. Oh! Lin Ling immediately revealed a surprised expression. Because he didn't know that the Starry Sky Forest was one of the 7 forbidden areas in the 9 prefectures. So far, he had been to a few forbidden areas. The 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace was a divine palace that he hadn't reached the peak of. The Eternal Forbidden Forest was very dangerous. Lin Ling hadn't reached the core area in the past. However, he estimated that the strongest person in the Forbidden Forest was Nanwu Fengyu God. The Rainbow World was needless to say. It had its own god. And now the Starry Sky Forest. It could be said that a place called one of the 7 Great Forbidden Grounds was definitely very dangerous. However, Lin Ling had promised the old woman that he would look for the Maha Mantra. Therefore, he had no reason not to go. Now that you know how to be surprised, do you still dare to go? Seeing that Lin Ling was surprised, many people laughed. Siluan touched her chin and said, If you go with your strength, only death awaits you. Sorry, after hearing what you said, I want to go even more. Chapter 34-23. Apologize. Everyone was stunned. They were so angry that veins popped out on their foreheads. Lin Ling, let me tell you. Not only is the Starry Sky Forest dangerous, it is also a place for criminals. Do you know that? Fugitives are the worst criminals in the history of the 9 prefectures. They take pleasure in killing and devour humans. Their strength is as strong as the gods. When they meet people from the 9 prefectures, they only have one thought, and that is to kill. At this moment, Zhuang Yanming roared angrily. The land of criminals. One had to know that since the era of the gods, countless experts had been born in the 9 continents. Some of these experts had done too many outrageous things, causing the experts of the 9 continents to join forces to suppress them. Even the gods had taken action. Those criminals had nowhere to run, so they all hid in the Starry Sky Forest. The Starry Sky Forest had also become a gathering place for the villains of the 9 prefectures. If an ordinary person were to enter, there was only one outcome: death. You're called Zhuang Yanming, right? The Starry Sky Forest is a place for criminals, so you're afraid. Lin Ling was surprised, but he still smiled faintly. Zhuang Zhengming was stunned. His original intention was to let Lin Ling know the ferocity of the Starry Sky Forest so that he would retreat. But in the end, Lin Ling said that he was afraid. If you're scared, you can follow me into the Starry Sky Forest and be my dog. I'll guarantee your safety. Lin Ling continued without waiting for Su Zhengming to speak. Fa. Zhuang Yanming was so angry that he wanted to tear Lin Ling's mouth apart. The other new students also frowned, but Lin Ling opened his mouth once again. Of course, I'm not talking about him alone, but everyone present. All the new students were stunned. Then, all of them became furious. Too damn arrogant. Some of them knew about Lin Ling's background, while others didn't. Those who didn't know were the local warriors of the Miao Prefecture, descendants of dukes and viscounts. They naturally looked down on outsiders, but now, this outsider said he wanted to protect them? Did he enter the academy through the back door? Could it be that he was very powerful? Otherwise, where would such confidence come from? Bullshit. If he had great strength, why would he need to go through the back door? For a moment, the gazes of over 10,000 new students fell onto Lin Ling because they realized that Lin Ling seemed to be completely afraid of the Starry Sky Forest. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. He didn't care at all. As for the Snow Wind Academy, the vice principal and the headmaster were also watching this scene. The vice principal frowned and said, "Headmaster, this is the Lin Ling that you promised. What is his background?" The dean was a kind old man with white hair. He looked ordinary, but his eyes contained the divine light of the sun and moon. He smiled faintly and said, "He was recommended by the city lord." City lord? The vice dean was surprised. He thought that Lin Ling's background was the duke's mansion. However, I also don't know what kind of strength he has. This guy is somewhat extraordinary. His Jie Yuan seems to be at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, but it gives me a very vigorous feeling. Furthermore, there are many hidden powers in his body. Currently, I can only detect that he has fire affinity talent, and it is also the ultimate desolate body. The headmaster said again. It's just the ultimate desolate body. 90% of the students in our academy have it. However, regarding whether to enter the Starry Sky Forest, many people have considered it for a long time. For example, among this year's new students, there are more than 100 of them who don't dare to enter. As for the other new students, they only made this choice after 100 years of consideration. Where did this Lin Ling get his courage from? The vice dean frowned. In the Starry Sky Forest, even a martial ancestor would die easily, not to mention a Saint Realm cultivator. Currently, the vice dean only knew that Lin Ling's background wasn't small, but his strength was hard to say. Therefore, for Lin Ling to enter the Starry Sky Forest was no different from sending himself to his death. Since he was recommended by the governor, shouldn't the vice dean remind him? After all, Lin Ling's current strength isn't enough for him to enter the Starry Sky Forest. Unless he has the strength to defeat a first-level martial ancestor who has the ultimate desolate body, he will most likely die if he enters. The vice dean said again. However, the vice dean shook his head and said, "The governor's relationship with him isn't simple. He warned me not to let anyone provoke Lin Ling. Therefore, I reckon that Lin Ling is the governor's illegitimate son." Illegitimate son? The vice dean was stunned and his frown deepened. "Lin Ling, are you participating or not?" "Yes." At that moment, the crowd was still enraged by Lin Ling's arrogance. Siluan even shouted angrily at Lin Ling, "Of course I'm participating. Why wouldn't I participate in such a fun place?" Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Siluan was fuming with anger. It seemed that Lin Ling still didn't know the dangers of the Starry Sky Forest despite what they had said. Could it be that Lin Ling was willing to risk his life just to make her kowtow and admit her mistake? "Lin Ling, you're my student and I don't want you to die in the Starry Sky Forest. Therefore, I'll give you a chance. Let's call off this bet," Siluan said again. Although she didn't like Lin Ling was still her student. She could teach him a lesson, but if he died because of her, she wouldn't be happy about it. This was different from the beginning. At the beginning, Lin Ling wasn't considered her student. Therefore, she didn't stop Zhou Lin from attacking him during the registration. Are you afraid? Who knew that Lin Ling would be so overbearing when Xiluan took a step back? You. Xiluan trembled. She was kind enough to give everyone a way out, but Lin Ling didn't intend to let her go. It's useless to be afraid. As a teacher, I have to do what I say. Now that I've agreed to participate in the freshman trial, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone looked at Xiluan. Xiluan lowered her head and her body continued to tremble. In her mind, she recalled every detail of her interactions with Lin Ling. She didn't expect that her arrogance in the past would be exchanged for such a price. Plop. However, Xiluan didn't say much. She knelt down in front of everyone and raised her head to look at Lin Ling with reddened eyes. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I was too arrogant. I hope you can forgive me. The whole school was shocked. Xiluan was a messenger of God and a respected senior of Snow Wind Academy. But she knelt down and apologized. And it was to a freshman. Lin Ling looked at her indifferently. His impression of Xiluan had changed. This was because he didn't expect Xiluan to be so daring. She knelt down when she said so and kept her promise. All right, I forgive you. Lin Ling said word by word. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Xiluan didn't say anything. She just nodded and turned around to leave. As a teacher, kneeling in front of countless students was a huge humiliation for her. However, she still knelt. This showed that she was indeed a person with principles. Not bad. Lin Ling looked at Xiluan's back and nodded with a smile. However, all the freshmen were furious. This Lin Ling was too shameless. Damn it! Chapter 34-24. Starry Sky Forest. This guy is really lawless. As expected of a member of the God-Slaying Alliance. Earring, who came from the Flying Dragon Organization, said secretly. Although the Flying Dragon Organization had a grudge with Lin Ling, she was only an assassin trained by the Flying Dragon Organization. As long as the assassin mission didn't arrive, she had no grudges with Lin Ling. Therefore, she didn't target Lin Ling. Talent, truly a talent. This is our batch's son of the devil, Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's class, some girls said indifferently. They came from the Duke's mansion and Viscount's mansion in Miaozhou. Some of them were even the daughters of the Vice City Lord. Originally, they had some discrimination against outsiders like Lin Ling. But now, they realized that Lin Ling wasn't simple. Making the vice principal and teacher Xiluan apologize, this was the first time in the Snow Wind Academy. Although he's arrogant, it's undeniable that he's a person with principles. A girl with a cold aura said indifferently. She had long pink hair and wore a snow-white robe. Her alluring body and exquisite facial features made her look like a goddess. Her name was Chu Yun, and she was also the most beautiful girl in Lin Ling's class. Principles? Principles my ass. I think he's just trying to please the crowd. However, the other experts didn't think so of Lin Ling. Chu Yun shook her head and didn't explain. Everyone had their own opinions. If they threw away their prejudices against Lin Ling was indeed a man. He made a bet with teacher Xiluan. If Lin Ling participated in the freshman trial, teacher Xiluan would have to kowtow and apologize. Teacher Xiluan did that, but Lin Ling also had to participate in the freshman trial. However, the freshman trial wasn't a game. It wasn't like Miaozhou where they were facing criminals from the 9 prefectures. This also meant that Lin Ling was gambling with his life. If this wasn't a principle, then what was? Lin Ling, the mission for the new students is to survive in the starry forest for a year, and if you can find the Astral Origin Stone, you will be rewarded by the Snow Wind Academy. How about we make a bet? If you can't find the Astral Origin Stone, then you will have to kneel down in front of the Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was Teacher Zhou Lin. Clearly, he was trying to stand up for Teacher Xiluan. Oh! Lin Ling immediately looked over. Naturally, he knew Zhou Lin. During the registration last time, he had almost killed Lin Ling. Teacher Zhou Lin, I don't even know if he will be able to survive. How could he possibly obtain the Origin Star Stone? Many powerhouses suddenly spoke out. They believed that Lin Ling going to the new disciple smelting trial was a matter of 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival. After all, Even they had prepared for many years before finally deciding to enter. And Lin Ling had just arrived at the Wind Snow Academy. If he dies, that's his problem. I'm just asking if he dares to make the bet. Teacher Zhou Lin said expressionlessly. Obviously, he also believed that Lin Ling would die in the Starry Forest. But to let Lin Ling die just like that was too easy for him. That was why he proposed this bet. Sure. If I, Lin Ling, find the Astral Origin Stone, then you, Zhou Lin, will kneel in front of the Snow Wind Academy for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Ling nodded lightly. I agree. I hope you can come out alive. Zhou Lin snorted and walked back. At least he had helped teacher Cailuan vent her anger. Those who wish to participate in the smelting trial, please hand over your identity jade token. The academy will teleport you to the Starry Forest. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out in the sky. Everyone's eyes lit up and no longer paid attention to Lin Ling. Their attention was all on the Starry Forest. In this smelting trial, you have to survive for a year. Those who complete the trial will receive a reward from the academy. Of course, if you can find the Astral Origin Stone, you will receive even more rewards. You will also be in the top 10 of this smelting trial. Survive for a year. It seemed like a simple task. But everyone knew that it would be very difficult. This was also the reason why no one was optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Now that teacher Cailuan had kowtowed and apologized, it was up to Lin Ling whether he dared to participate or not. Lin Ling was expressionless. He was the first to walk out and threw out his identity jade token. Lin Ling, are you sure you want to participate? However, the ancient voice in the sky reminded Lin Ling again, causing many people to be surprised. Because they knew that the voice came from the vice principal. The vice principal actually reminded Lin Ling? This was somewhat incomprehensible. Only the vice principal knew that Lin Ling's background was not small. He was the illegitimate son of the city lord. That was why he reminded him. I'm sure. Lin Ling was also surprised by the vice principal's attitude, but he nodded his head firmly. Then, his identity jade token disappeared. This meant that he was sure to participate in the Starry Sky Forest smelting trial. Damn, this trash who got in through the back door is participating. How can I not participate? I'll participate too. Seeing Lin Ling's decisiveness, many people could not swallow their anger and began to participate. Even among Lin Ling's batch of freshman powerhouses, 2/3 of them had taken part. As for the freshmen within 100 years, 90% of them participated. And this was a huge force. Because they were all existences with the ultimate desolate body. Furthermore, they were all at the late stage and peak of the Sage realm. There were even experts at the first level of the Martial Ancestor realm. If they were placed anywhere in the 9 prefectures, they would be able to sweep through the 8 wastelands. And this was the strength of the final world. A student of an academy had the strength to sweep through the Yen state. The final world was definitely worthy of its reputation. Participants, please enter the Spirit Array. An ancient voice drifted out and the entire Snow Wind Academy seemed to be boiling. As for the experts of the God's Second Hall of the Snow Wind Academy, when they saw their juniors enter the smelting trial, their faces were solemn. In the past, they had also participated in the freshman smelting trial. Therefore, they knew that if they could survive this smelting trial, they would soar into the sky. Everyone entered the huge Spirit Array. A wave of ancestors' power spread out and enveloped the experts. Not long after, a divine light soared into the sky and broke open the sky, forming a storm. In the Snow Wind City, countless people looked at the sky with solemn expressions. They knew that the freshman smelting trial of the Snow Wind Academy had begun. Lin Ling felt a mysterious power lingering around his body. Moments later, an ancient wind blew against his face. Looking into the distance, this place was like another continent. However, the sky was a world of stars. It was extremely mysterious. Looking at the continent, it was silent. There were mountains, rivers, and even ancient forests. We've arrived at the Starry Sky Forest. Everyone appeared on top of a huge mountain peak. Tens of thousands of people stood there, giving off a magnificent aura. However, compared to this ancient continent, they still gave off a feeling of insignificance. The Starry Sky Forest is in the Universal Void. Similar to the Kaiyuan River, it is a forbidden area in the Universal Void. However, No one knows where this forbidden area is. 80,000 years ago, the gods found this place and set up a spirit array here, allowing the warriors of the Miao state to enter. Not only are there endless criminals and demons here, there is also the curse of the gods. That's right, this is the divine tomb. Chapter 34-25. He had been abandoned. Tomb of the Gods. Lin Ling listened quietly. Ever since he started learning martial arts, he had seen too many things. But every time he felt that he had seen too much and knew the secrets of the universe, a whole new world would appear before his eyes, making him feel like a frog in a well looking at the sky. Tomb of the Gods. In Lin Ling's class, many girls were also thinking about those words. Some of them were dukes, vice city lords, and some were princesses. They were all favored by the heavens. However, they were clearly not familiar with the starry sky forest. On the contrary, the powerhouses of other periods had done a lot of research on the starry sky world. Junior, the so-called Tomb of the Gods means that this is the most intense battlefield during the war between the gods. That's right. This is the place where most of the deities have fallen. I heard that the deities who died didn't enter the netherworld at all. They turned into dead spirits here. They are extremely powerful. Moreover, some deities have cursed this place, causing the 4 deities to be unable to interfere with this place. The senior powerhouses spoke one after another. So that's how it is. The women immediately nodded. Thanks to them, Lin Ling also became a little more familiar with this place. However, he had no clue as to how to find the Maha Mantra. Everyone, be careful. It's best to move forward in groups of 100 people. It'll be much safer this way. Although our goal is to survive for a year, don't think about hiding in one place for a year. It'll be even more dangerous. The safest way is to stick together and keep moving around here to avoid those criminals. At this time someone said, this method was said by the experts of Shen Air Hall and Shen San Hall. They have all passed the freshman trial. Alright. Many people hurriedly searched for their teammates. Of course, those who were strong were the most popular, such as Zhuang Yanming, Chu Yun, and Earring, who were in the same batch as Lin Ling. As for those who were weak, no one paid any attention to them. Not far away from Lin Ling, there was a woman who wasn't very strong. Like Lin Ling, she was at the 5th heaven of the Saint Realm. However, no one was paying attention to her at this moment. This made her extremely anxious. Well, can I go with you? The woman finally looked at Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was also an existence that no one cared about. Lin Ling was currently using his myriad mammoth's devil eyes to look off into the distance, and when he was interrupted, his jaw dropped. However, when he saw the young woman, he realized what was going on. Fairy Xinyan, come with us. But at this moment, a voice interrupted Lin Ling. It was Zhuang Yanming. He said coldly, you are with him. Are you trying to protect him? Haha. As soon as he said this, many people laughed. Lin Ling's cultivation level was the same as Fairy Xianyan's. But who knew, Fairy Xianyan might be stronger than Lin Ling. Me. Fairy Xianyan immediately frowned. She had originally invited Lin Ling, but someone else had already invited her. If she backed out halfway, it didn't seem right. Go! However, Lin Ling didn't care at all. Thank you. Fairy Xianyan bowed slightly to Lin Ling and walked towards Chu Yun and the rest. However, she suggested softly, Lin Ling is still in our class. Ignoring him like this serves him right. However, Zhuang Yanming interrupted her and said proudly, he humiliated teacher Cailuan. How can we let him off so easily? All of us will not team up with him. We will make him regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, I wanted to teach you a lesson, but I'm too lazy to do so. Because when you meet the fugitive, you will know what kind of sin you have committed. Idiot! Lin Ling didn't even look at him as he jumped down from the mountain. He wanted to be alone, so these guys were being smug. If they weren't idiots, then what were they? You have a strong mouth, but without my protection, you are nothing. Seeing Lin Ling leave casually, Zhuang Yanming gritted his teeth and shouted, Don't worry, I will protect you. Thank you. Senior brother Zhuang. Many people nodded their heads immediately. Chu Yun looked at the lonely Lin Ling and couldn't bear to see Lin Ling leave. She felt like Lin Ling had been abandoned, but she endured it. She also knew that no one would agree to let Lin Ling join the team. I wish him good luck, son of the devil, Lin Ling. Chu Yun thought to herself. Fairy Earring also looked at the gradually disappearing Lin Ling. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, teams were leaving the mountain. At a closer look, there were a total of 1,000 teams, and each team was extremely powerful. They could easily sweep through the 9 states. However, in this place these powerful teams had to be careful. Tomb of the Gods. At this moment, Lin Ling was moving along the ground. His pace wasn't fast, but he was moving at 100 world speed. His all-encompassing demonic eyes was also paying attention to his surroundings. He wanted to survive here for a year and try his best to find the Mahakasyapa mantra and the astral origin stone. This continent has a powerful force that blocks my view. This might be the power of God. After moving for a long time, Lin Ling thought to himself. Kaka. At this moment, the ground suddenly wriggled, and the soil rolled. Then, a pure white skeleton crawled out. This skeleton's bones were like jade. At this moment, it was coldly staring at Lin Ling. Then it walked over step by step. In its hand was a long sword, and the body of the sword was emitting a dazzling light. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the skeleton. However, more than that, he stared at the bones. He realized that these bones were somewhat extraordinary. There was actually a trace of the power of God within them. Could it be that this is the result of the god's bones' influence? Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He had seen many skeletons, but this was the first time he had seen such a mysterious skeleton. This sword came from the era of the gods. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he fiercely slashed out. Clang! The jade-like skeleton's speed was not fast, and it was struck by Lin Ling's sword. However, only a white sword mark appeared on the skeleton, and it was unharmed. This left Lin Ling alarmed. His sword had 70% of the demonic sword rank. Without an ultimate desolate body, there were not many people who could withstand it. However, it was unable to slice through the skeleton. Clang! Following that, Lin Ling constantly slashed out, but the skeleton was still ineffective. What rigid bones! It's no wonder the Starry Sky Forest is one of the 7 forbidden lands. Even the skeletons I encounter are so strong. Lin Ling was even more serious about this legendary place. As for the skeleton, it took heavy steps and walked in front of Lin Ling. Its speed was not fast, but it left one helpless. This was because its defense was too strong. It raised its sword. Little skeleton, I don't only know how to use the sword. Lin Ling remained motionless. Instead, he put away his sword. With a thought, a gigantic ancient monument came crashing down from the sky. Space-time divine monument. Rumble. With this suppression, the jade-like skeleton immediately exploded. From within, a fragment the size of a thumb flew out. Lin Ling caught it, and upon careful inspection, he realized that it was a bone fragment. Although it was not large, it had a rich divine might. It seems like this bone is the reason why the skeleton is so strong. Chapter 34-26. War Fugitive. The place remained silent. Not long after, an ancient boulder began to move and emitted a yellow glow, which gradually transformed into a mysterious person wearing a yellow cloak. His strength was at the first-layer martial progenitor realm. Furthermore, it seemed like his talent was similar to the ultimate desolated flesh. This year, many cultivators from the final world came here. I initially thought they would be a bunch of trash, but I did not expect there to be 1 or 2 strong cultivators. A second-layer ultimate desolated flesh. Impressive. The mysterious man said indifferently, his voice like a stone grinding against the ground. How did you find me? Lin Ling did not answer his question, but asked, Are you a fugitive? Yes. Hearing this, the mysterious person did not speak. He slowly removed his cloak, revealing a hideous face full of scars. That's right, I'm a fugitive. I've been in the Starry Sky Forest for 22,000 years. It's all your fault. He opened his mouth and spoke with a strong stench. Furthermore, his teeth were yellow. However, his gaze toward Lin Ling was filled with a strong murderous intent. I was originally a virtuous and respected sect master in Yuzhou. It was you people who slandered me, harmed me, and made me run all over the place. I don't even look like a human or a ghost. The mysterious person was filled with resentment. He had been in the starry sky forest for too long, causing his temperament to be twisted. "It's none of my business. I'm not going to take the blame," Lin Ling calmly said. "Shut up, it's all your fault, it's all your fault." The mysterious person snapped furiously. "All right, cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. If not, piss off." Clang! Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the mysterious person. The mysterious person was stunned. He was a first-layer martial progenitor realm cultivator with the ultimate desolated flesh. How could a junior of the sacred realm challenge him? Let me see how powerful a martial progenitor with the ultimate desolated flesh is. Lin Ling advanced instead of backing off, unleashing his speed of 200 world boundaries. The tyrant song sword slashed downward with 70% demonic power. The mysterious person was shocked by Lin Ling's speed. Even among the sacred realm cultivators, 200 world boundaries. Crash! In the sky, demonic chi surged, and killing intent gushed out. A sword slashed down. The mysterious man raised his turbid eyes, revealing a look of disdain as he grabbed at the sky with his palm. His hand was extremely aged, having experienced countless years. The old skin was extremely thick, as if it was a set of armor. Clang! When the hand and the sword collided, the tyrant song sword was actually blocked. "The Saint Realm is too low," the mysterious man said indifferently. "Is that so?" A cold laugh came from above his head. The tyrant song sword suddenly became as heavy as 1,000 catties as it slashed down towards the ground. "What?" The mysterious man's expression immediately changed because the strength of the tyrant song sword didn't seem to be at the 5th level of the Saint Realm, and it seemed to be at the peak of the Saint Realm. Could it be that this young man was hiding his strength? How could he have known that this was the fusion of Lin Ling's 5 great dantians? The martial ancestor realm possesses the power of an ancestor. Together with the ultimate desolate body, he is indeed powerful. At this time, Lin Ling nodded. Rumbling sounds came from his body, as if countless demons and ghosts were roaring. The power of his godly demon body erupted. The power of 1,000 worlds. The power of 2,000 realms. Ka-ka-ka! The ground cracked open, and dust soared into the sky. The mysterious man's hand began to tremble, and his eyes changed greatly. Not only is this young man's world essence powerful, but his physical strength is also so powerful. At this time, the ultimate power of 3,000 worlds arrived. Rumble! The sword bent the mysterious man's waist, and his entire body began to tremble from the powerful force. A first-level martial ancestor with the ultimate desolate body is indeed powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands, and his strength erupted. However, he was also surprised by the mysterious man's strength. If he was an ordinary martial ancestor, he would have been killed by the sword. "It seems that I have underestimated you," the criminal roared angrily. Purple chi spread out from his body like billowing smoke. The ultimate desolate body erupted. "You have finally used your trump card." Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. "Crepe Myrtle Wing Chun God." A sacred voice came from the criminal's body, and the purple light enveloped the area. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and the Wing Chun God was eternal. This was the talent of the Crepe Myrtle God. Furthermore, from the aura, these talents were vigorous and righteous. It could be seen that this mysterious man was a sect master of a righteous sect a long time ago. However, soon, the surging divine power began to change. The purple flowers bloomed, and they carried a touch of evil and ferocious aura. Mixed with a powerful ancestral power, the flowers grew crazily and swept towards Lin Ling. Powerful indeed. Lin Ling immediately sensed the difference between the ultimate desolate body and the desolate body. It was a qualitative change. In addition, there was the ancestral power in it. Therefore, the fusion of Lin Ling's dantian with the godly devil body was difficult and unrewarding. Wind and rain 10,000 worlds technique, 10,000 techniques. The speed of 300 worlds immediately erupted. Lin Ling retreated. 300 worlds speed? The criminal was shocked again. This speed was terrifying because he was only slightly faster than Lin Ling. All the purple flowers missed, but at this moment, Lin Ling attacked again. An ancient divine steel smashed down from the sky. This was the space-time divine steel. Rumble! Although it could not destroy all of the purple flowers, it destroyed half of them. A second-grade ultimate desolate body. The criminal was alarmed again and again. His opponent's talent was higher than his, and his realm essence was not much weaker than his. His advantage was only the ancestral power, but his opponent's physical strength was powerful, and could match his ancestral power. After some evaluation, he knew that he could not kill the youth. With this thought in mind, the criminal's mind began to rumble. Where did this freak come from? Hualala! All the purple light receded like a tide. Clearly, the criminal wanted to escape. Lin Ling sneered. This battle made him realize that he could defeat a martial ancestor with an ultimate desolate body if he used all his strength. Following that, he chased after him. Sir, don't go too far. The criminal sensed that Lin Ling was chasing after him, and his expression turned ugly. Aren't you criminals? Aren't you people who kill people like scything flax? Now, you say that I'm going too far. Don't you find these words laughable? Lin Ling shook his head. He was sure that these criminals had killed countless people in the Starry Sky Forest. Therefore, he would not show any mercy. Stop! However, at this moment, several beams of light shot over. Following that, a few figures blocked in front of Lin Ling. They were all criminals. They were like devils or ghosts. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Most importantly, their realms were higher than the criminal from before. Furthermore, they also had ultimate desolate bodies. Furthermore, their leader seemed to have a third-grade ultimate desolate body. They looked coldly at Lin Ling. Their expressions were cold and emotionless. As for Lin Ling, he stopped in his tracks and looked at them indifferently. Which school are you from? One of them said, as if he was surprised at Lin Ling's strength. You can consider me from Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling said calmly, but his face did not show any fear. Chapter 34-27. Choice. Previously, they had seen Lin Ling's attack from afar. His talent was strong and his realm essence was dense. He didn't look like a sage at all. If Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they were calculating whether they could kill Lin Ling. But in the end, they didn't choose to take the risk. After all, they didn't have enough people. Moreover, there were many students who entered the Starry Sky Forest. You can leave, one of the criminals said indifferently. Leave? I don't plan to leave. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He still had a hidden trump card. What was there to be afraid of? Don't be too arrogant. Let me tell you, there are many criminals in the Starry Sky Forest. If you insist on going against us, you won't be able to stop more criminals. Moreover, you might not be able to stop us if we join forces to kill you. The criminals were enraged. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered. The dragon bow appeared in his hand and the dragon god roared at them. The moment the dragon bow appeared, its aura was extremely terrifying. The criminals' faces changed slightly. They finally knew that Lin Ling was indeed hiding a trump card. Do you have to kill to your heart's content? The criminals also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Actually, I don't object to you killing everyone who entered the Starry Sky Forest. I'm not here to avenge them. However, the criminal wanted to kill me and wanted to escape when he saw that he was about to fail. So, how can I not do anything? Lin Ling said indifferently. Now you only have 3 choices. 1. Fight with me. 2. Spare his life. 3. Answer a few of my questions. You choose yourselves. Lin Ling's dragon bow was still aimed at them, threatening them. What a strong guy. The criminal's aura became even colder. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually dared to threaten the criminals. However, when they saw Lin Ling's overbearing aura and strong confidence, they started to hesitate. In the end, the leader of the criminals said, We choose the last choice. Tell us, what questions do you have for us? In fact, they also wanted to fight to the death. After all, they were fugitives who killed people like flies. They were cruel and merciless. However, they were also people who had lived for tens of thousands of years, so they had a feeling that if they really fought, not only would they not be able to perish together with Lin Ling, they would be killed by Lin Ling instead. This kind of intuition was something they had cultivated through many years of life and death battles, and they firmly believed in it. Have you heard of the Maha Mantra? Lin Ling put away his bow. He knew that these people did not want to fight force with force for the time being. Maha Mantra? The criminals looked at each other and shook their heads. We've been here for tens of thousands of years, but we've never heard of the Great Maha spell. However, you can go deeper in because there are many powerful people in the 9 states who have reached the depths. Perhaps you can follow them and learn of the Great Maha spell, said one of the criminals. There are other people in the Starry Sky Forest? Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little surprised. That's right, you can enter the Starry Sky Forest from other places. 100 years ago, the Starry Sky Forest welcomed many experts. They are all in the depths of the forest. Who are these experts? We're not too sure about that, but we know that these experts are very powerful. Moreover, in the nearby area, there's an expert who is also recruiting criminals. He wants to bring many people into the depths of the forest. That expert's strength is also very terrifying, which led many people to join him. Currently, we know that among the experts who have come to the Starry Sky Forest, there's a group called the Heavenly Court and an escort agency. Is it the new Heavenly Court? Godly Escort Mansion? That's right, that's the name. After a round of conversation, Lin Ling was even more surprised. The new Heavenly Court is here too? What are they doing here? Then do you know where to find the Starry Sky Origin Stones? Lin Ling asked again. There are many Starry Sky Origin Stones here. We also know that the academies in the final world send their students here to search for Starry Sky Origin Stones. Therefore, we are very strict about these treasures. If you want them, just follow the crepe myrtle star and you'll find them. So you're using the Starry Sky Origin Stones to attract students and then kill them? That's right. The criminals looked at each other and nodded. Do you see the brightest star over there? That's the Southern Astral Star. Although there are more Starry Sky Origin Stones, there are also more criminals there. If you go there, you'll die. If you go to the crepe myrtle star, not only will it be less dangerous, but we can also let you get it easily because the criminals there are familiar with all of us. It just depends on whether you have the guts to go or not. The other criminals also spoke. Although these people had surrendered, if they lied to Lin Ling and caused Lin Ling to go to the crepe myrtle star and face more criminals, then Lin Ling would be courting death if he went there. If an ordinary person encountered such a problem, they would definitely not believe these criminals. Why wouldn't I dare to go? However, Lin Ling did not hesitate and nodded. The criminals' eyes flashed and they fell silent. They said this to test Lin Ling, to see if Lin Ling dared to go. However, Lin Ling said that he dared to go. This meant that Lin Ling was still hiding something and was not afraid of them at all. Thanks. Lin Ling did not say anything else and turned to leave. This person is only at the sage stage. Is he really that powerful? In the land of gods, any miracle can happen. Maybe he really is hiding a powerful trump card and that's why he's not afraid of us. Then should we give him the Starry Sky Origin Stones? Give it to him. This person is also a decisive person. If we really offend him, he won't show any mercy. The criminals frowned and said as they watched Lin Ling leave. The leader said, "Tell Cloud Dagger if you meet this person, don't provoke him." Then they also left. What do you think of his strength? Suddenly, someone asked this question, and it instantly caused everyone to fall silent. The leader suddenly stopped in his tracks. Maybe even a martial progenitor with the ultimate desolated body would not be able to defeat him. Sizzle! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In the martial progenitor realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's cultivation level. It depended on one's talent and luck. Therefore, every martial progenitor realm expert was extremely rare. However, a sage with strength comparable to a martial progenitor realm cultivator was extremely terrifying. Everyone knew that the martial progenitor realm included the first to third layers. In other words, unless they encountered a large group of criminals, they would most likely be wiped out if they were to encounter Lin Ling. He's definitely a lone wolf that we shouldn't provoke. The criminals mumbled to themselves. At a certain time, the final world would have a college that would train the new students. However, there were a total of 36 colleges, which resulted in the Starry Sky realm having students all year round. However, most of them were mediocre. Only 1 or 2 of them were like the children of gods. Chapter 34-28. Ox God. The crepe myrtle star hung high in the sky. Lin Ling followed the crepe myrtle star. His main goal was to obtain the astral origin stone. Then, he would enter the depths of the Starry Sky Forest to search for the Mahakasayapa incantation. Furthermore, The starry sky forest had become lively. The new heavenly court and the divine escort mansion had also arrived. These were his enemies. Regardless of what they were looking for, as long as Lin Ling encountered them, Lin Ling would definitely cause trouble. Kill! At that moment, a cold shout came from the ground ahead. Lin Ling frowned and continued forward. Below a ravine that looked like a wilderness, a fierce battle was breaking out. Dozens of criminals were fighting with some students. The criminals were not as strong as the ones Lin Ling had encountered previously. However, due to their large numbers, they were extremely ferocious. This person has a second-grade ultimate desolate body, and is a first-level martial ancestor. I'll stop him. The battle was extremely intense, causing rocks to fall continuously. The strongest among the criminals was a second-grade ultimate desolate body. The criminal Lin Ling had encountered previously was a third-grade ultimate desolate body, and was a third-level martial ancestor. Even so, the students were having a hard time resisting them. They had more people, about 100 of them. However, there were people dying constantly. Of course, it was the same for the criminals. Because of this, the criminals would not rest until one of them was dead. Kill them. Women, all of them must be humiliated to death. The criminals were like demons, killing for fun. One of them chopped a student in half. Then, he grabbed the student's head and roared into the sky. Blood dyed his body red, but his roar became even louder. Countless demons surged out from his body, covering the sky and splitting the sun. It was extremely terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Those demons chose to devour people. However, when they reached the top of the valley and saw Lin Ling, they wanted to devour him. However, they were easily destroyed by Lin Ling's punch. These guys are all imprisoned in the starry sky forest. If they go to the 9 states or the 10,000 realms, it will be a disaster. Lin Ling stood at the edge of the valley and said calmly. The criminals were extremely powerful. Very few people in the 9 states could stop them. Die! But soon, that arrogant criminal's body was pierced through by a thunder god's spear. He couldn't be more dead. It was a powerful student who had a second-grade ultimate desolate body. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the sage realm. Earrings, be careful. However, the battle was not over yet. The other criminals unleashed their powerful strength, and it was as if the gates to the underworld had been opened. Countless scythe-wielding death gods flew out and flew towards one of the women. It was the earring, the assassin from the Flying Dragon organization. Lin Ling also saw that she was in danger, but Lin Ling did not care at all. Firstly, he did not have a good impression of the Flying Dragon organization. Secondly, these people had formed their own team, so they should be responsible for themselves. For example, if Lin Ling was in danger, these people probably wouldn't help. The Chu clan has a song, the true immortal clear void melody. However, at this moment, 10,000 swords flew through the sky, dancing and dancing with the wind. They carried a wisp of ancestral power, 10% of ancestral power. The celestial song was faintly discernible, like an immortal slaying divine sword. A third-grade ultimate desolate body was unleashed by a golden-haired woman. Chu Yun. Earrings shouted in pleasant surprise. Chu Yun was the #1 beauty in their class, and her strength was only below Zhuang Zhengming. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The 10,000 swords pierced through the gates to the underworld, killing all the death gods of the underworld. Furthermore, the sharp swords did not stop, killing the criminal who had unleashed his talent. Chu Yun is so powerful. She defeated a second-grade martial ancestor criminal with the strength of a sage. Seeing this, many people were pleasantly surprised, and their morale increased greatly. Rumble! At this moment, the entire canyon shook. A dragon soared into the sky, and golden light shone in all directions. Seeing the dragon god's talent, everyone's lips curled into a smile. It was Zhuang Yanming. As for him, he had a third-grade ultimate desolate body. In fact, his talent was even stronger than Chu Yun's. Kill without mercy. The dragon god opened his mouth in anger, and let out an ancient voice that was filled with boundless might. All of you die. On the other side, the criminals were also extremely terrifying. The strongest criminal among them was growing rapidly, emitting billowing black demonic aura. Amidst the endless black shadows, a massive figure was growing. Its eerie green eyes emitted a cold light. A pair of bullhorns seemed like they were about to break through the starry sky forest. Bull God. It was like the king of all demons, Bull God. Roar. The massive figure roared towards the sky. On the ground, the bodies of the students trembled, and the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, they looked in front of them with terrified gazes. Very powerful. This kind of strength was beyond their imagination. In fact, their strength was already very powerful, as they were able to kill martial ancestors with their sage realm cultivation. Furthermore, they were martial ancestors with the ultimate desolate body. In the 9 prefectures, each of them would be a domineering existence. However, their cultivation time could not be compared to these 10,000-year-old monsters. All of you must die. I will use your heads as a sacrifice to this world. Black demonic aura was emitted, and a deep voice blasted the ground. Dream on. However, a dragon soared into the sky. Zhuang Yanming had made his move. His only advantage was that he was more talented. After all, he had the bloodline of the dragon race. His weakness was that his cultivation level was lower, and he did not have the power of an ancestor. Rumble. The dragon god and bull god clashed in the sky. The entire valley was hit by a terrifying shockwave that annihilated everything. Under this clash of powers, a large number of students were injured, and some even died. It was the same for the criminals. Kill them. Chu Yun and the rest were stronger, but they were implicated. Therefore, they attacked the criminals. After Zhuang Yanming clashed with Bull God, his qi and blood were in turmoil, and he was immediately injured. Looking at Divine Ox again, he was actually safe and sound. Instead, a huge trident pierced through the sun and moon, and shot towards the ground. Not good. Zhuang Yanming roared angrily, and he frantically struck out with his palms. With every palm strike, a golden dragon soared into the sky. His cultivation level power had reached 100%. Rumble. The golden dragons constantly attacked the trident in the sky. However, the trident was huge and ferocious. Although it was slower, it still continued to attack. This made Zhuang Yanming's face even paler. Big brother Zhuang, let me help you. At this moment, a delicate voice rang out. A woman attacked, trying to block the powerful attack from the sky. It's her. On the other side, Lin Ling frowned. He knew that woman. She was the woman who almost teamed up with him, Lin Ling. Her name was Fairy Xianxia. With their strength, they can't stop the dragon god. Lin Ling shook his head. He wanted to leave, but when he saw that woman, he stopped in his tracks. Then, he waved his right hand, and the calamity-destroying bow appeared. He also looked at the huge dragon god in the distance. He drew the bow and released the arrows. The 4 arrows intertwined and turned into an even more ancient dragon god, rushing into the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 34-29. The dragon gods attacked. Fairy Xinyan. Zhuang Yanming roared angrily as he constantly struck out with his palms, forming a large number of dragon gods that charged into the sky. However, it only caused the gigantic trident to tremble slightly. A mere impure subspecies of dragon gods dares to be arrogant in front of me? Ox God, who was standing in the billowing demonic clouds, let out a disdainful voice. Rumble. But at this moment, another dragon god roared and charged over at an extremely fast speed. However, Ox God did not care. From his point of view, although the youth had the bloodline of the dragon gods, it was not an authentic dragon race bloodline. Hence, a 3rd-grade ultimate desolate body was only Ozo. However, this time, the dragon god did not have a subspecies bloodline. This was because this was Lin Ling's great calamity vanquishing Sun Bao. The 4 arrows intertwined and instantly arrived, penetrating Ox God's body. What? Ox God's eyes stared like bells. What was going on? However, after the dragon god arrows penetrated his massive body, they immediately began to wreak havoc, burning all his flesh and blood. No! Fuck, I've been tricked. Who is sneaking up on me? Ox God roared angrily towards the sky. He could only watch as a powerful force engulfed him. Rumble. Finally, the towering Ox God collapsed. And with the death of the criminal, the group was left without a leader. The remaining criminals were all killed. Rivers of blood flowed in the canyon as white bones piled up like mountains. We won, we won. Not long later, exclamations could be heard from the shattered canyon. The people who were still alive were extremely happy. Brother Zhuang. All the experts looked at Zhuang Yanming, believing that he was the one who killed Ox God. Zhuang Yanming was stunned because this outcome had exceeded his expectations. However, he soon laughed. He was the one who had killed Ox God. After all, when it came to the means of the dragon race, other than him, no one else was good at it. Brother Zhuang, I saw a dragon god charge into Ox God's body. Then, Ox God collapsed. You must have killed Ox God. Everyone walked back and were extremely excited. Zhuang Yanming immediately waved his hand humbly. These criminals were truly powerful. Thankfully, I used all my strength to kill him. I also protected everyone. Brother Zhuang, you are awesome. Thank you. With Brother Zhuang around, we'll definitely be able to survive for a year. Everyone was extremely happy. Being able to encounter a group of criminals and survive was undoubtedly a good start. Although the criminals from before were very powerful, they were not a large group. Otherwise, we would definitely have been wiped out. Everyone, be careful. Now, let's do a head count. Zhuang Yanming looked at the crowd and said, not daring to relax in the slightest. He also thought of himself as the leader. However, everyone nodded and began to count the number of people. Then, they were surprised to find that 40% of their 100-man team had died. There are less than 50 people left. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Even though they had been practicing martial arts for a long time and were used to seeing people die, the person who had died was a genius at the sage stage and not an ordinary sage stage cultivator. This made them feel unreal. Sigh, the starry sky forest is so cruel. It's like a huge wave washing away the sand. The weak will be eliminated. Let's continue moving forward. It's even more dangerous to stay here. Zhuang Yanming said again. Everyone nodded and prepared to leave. Oh, it's him, Lin Ling. Suddenly, Chu Yun let out a cry of surprise. He looked at the canyon and saw a cold young man standing there with a big sword and sword lock on his back. He looked like a lone swordsman. He's not dead. Many people were surprised. One must know that Lin Ling was only one person, and he had entered the Snow Wind Academy through the back door. But now he was still alive. One must know that their 100-man team had almost been wiped out. Maybe he's lucky that he wasn't targeted by the criminals. But someone said, causing many people to agree with this view. Zhuang Yanming frowned as he stared at Lin Ling suddenly. A strange thought came to his mind. Last time, he was inexplicably shocked by Lin Ling's roar. This made him guess that Lin Ling also had the bloodline of the dragon god. Could it be that the ox god was killed by Lin Ling? However, he shook his head. Lin Ling's cultivation realm was lower than his. Even if he had the bloodline of the dragon god, his cultivation realm was lower than his. Even he found it hard to kill the ox god. How could Lin Ling do it? Therefore, the ox god must have been killed by him. Zhuang Yanming. Lin Ling, it's great to see you. Fairy Xianxia also let out a cry of surprise, feeling happy for Lin Ling. On the canyon, Lin Ling nodded slightly and then strode away. Everyone was stunned and immediately felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Lin Ling was still as arrogant as ever, just like a big shot. Lin Ling, why don't you join us? At this time, Fairy Xianxia floated to the top of the canyon and blocked Lin Ling's path. She then smiled. Although she was not close to Lin Ling, she was the one who invited Lin Ling to join her team. However, she did not keep her promise, so she had always felt guilty. You've seen it for yourself. Our team of 100 was almost wiped out. If you're alone, there's no need to talk about it. So join us. Fairy Xianxia said sincerely. Lin Ling smiled. Previously, when he attacked, it was all for Fairy Xianxia, because Fairy Xianxia was also the first person who spoke sincerely to him. Thank you. However, those people can't protect me. Lin Ling shook his head and said, Fuck. Fuck. At the bottom of the canyon, the experts were stunned and immediately exploded with anger. Previously, they were also a little moved. After all, their team had decreased in number. With Lin Ling joining them, their chances of survival would more or less increase. Therefore they did not object. However, who knew that Lin Ling would look down on them? Lin Ling this. Fairy Xianxia also smiled bitterly. They were almost killed by the rogues. Lin Ling said again. Although it seemed like a casual remark, it was like rubbing salt in the wound. This guy is despicable. The experts at the bottom of the canyon were even more furious. If not for Zhuang Yanming's status as the leader, he would have already attacked Lin Ling. Lin Ling, let's go together. You saw how dangerous it was just now. If you go alone, you will most likely die. Of course, you may be arrogant, but you should think about Fairy Xianxia. Previously, she almost died. Therefore, for her sake, you should join us. At this time, Chu Yun also advised. She had the same thought as the rest. The more people there were, the more strength there was. Moreover, she thought that Lin Ling liked Fairy Xianxia. Otherwise, with Lin Ling's arrogant personality, he would not have said so much. Fairy Xianxia blushed. In fact, she did not really like Lin Ling. However, she was curious about Lin Ling's strange personality. Lin Ling looked at Fairy Xianxia and pondered for a while. Then he nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll join. However, let me say this first. If you meet with any trouble, I won't help." This guy is too arrogant. Chapter 34:30. Below the crepe myrtle star. Fairy Xianxia's heart was in a mess. She is the daughter of the final world's vice city lord, and the number of people chasing after her is as many as the hairs on a cow. So Lin Ling's words are not something she has never heard before. But for some reason, when these words come from Lin Ling, she still has a strange feeling in her heart. Perhaps, Lin Ling is different from ordinary men. He has another kind of temperament. Thank you. Fairy Xianxia quickly bowed and brought Lin Ling down the canyon. The people in the canyon looked at Lin Ling angrily. But thinking of the previous crisis, they endured it. After all, they are really short of people now. Zhuang Yanming looked at Lin Ling and was about to say something, but Lin Ling had already opened his mouth. "You seem to be the boss, right? But don't think of ordering me around. Also, I am heading towards the crepe myrtle star. If you want to follow, then forget it. I will protect you. If you don't want to follow, then do as you wish." Zhuang Yanming almost lost his composure as a team leader and attacked Lin Ling. This guy's mouth is too poisonous. Damn it, does he think he is the team leader? The others who had just suppressed their anger once again ignited. All right. Anyway, we don't have a definite location. Why don't we follow that star? At this time, Chu Yun tried to smooth things over. Consider yourself lucky. Everyone followed the stairs down and finally agreed to follow the path forward. It is not good to stay here for long. Everyone quickly left the canyon. Sure enough, 2 hours after they left, a large number of criminals passed by the canyon. But Zhuang Yanming and the rest escaped quickly and avoided disaster. Starry Sky Forest is always night. The stars in the sky are bright and mysterious. A large number of teams are moving forward. They do not dare to stay in one place for too long and can only wander around. 1 year of survival is easy to say, but it is very difficult to achieve. That was because there were too many criminals here. I wonder how many people have died in the 10,000 freshman training. I think it must be a lot. We have already lost 40% of our people. So, there should be 1,000 to 2,000 deaths. No wonder the Wind Snow Academy wants us to consider carefully. This is indeed a place of death. Zhuang Yanming's team was still moving forward. They met other teams along the way, but they could see the fatigue on each other's faces. Of course, they did encounter some fugitives along the way, but there were not many of them and they were easily dealt with. However, 1 or 2 people from Zhuang Yanming's team had died. What infuriated the crowd was that Lin Ling didn't make a single move throughout the entire process. He didn't speak to anyone either. His hands were clasped behind his back as he walked forward alone. Trash. That look undoubtedly made Zhuang Junming curse in anger. Chu Yun and Fairy Xianxia smiled bitterly. As time passed, Lin Ling and the others were getting closer and closer to Crepe Myrtle Star. After a long time, an ancient mountain peak appeared in front of them. Looking carefully, it looked like a palm stretched out from the ground, like a mountain with 5 fingers. At the highest point of the mountain, there was a dazzling purple star. This was the Crepe Myrtle Star. We're here. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That was because he knew that there was a star origin stone here. As long as he could get that treasure, he could leave and go deeper. Everyone, be careful. This mountain is not simple. Chu Yun and the others became cautious and carefully entered the 5 Fingers Mountain. However, There was nothing in the Five Fingers Mountain. Instead, there were strange flowers and plants growing all around. When one was in the middle of it, one's recovery speed would be faster. This place is not bad. Brother Zhuang, why don't we take a rest here? Someone suggested. After all, they had been rushing along and were already exhausted. Zhuang Yanming looked around and finally nodded. He was also very tired. It would be good to take a rest here. Everyone sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he used his all-seeing demonic eyes and looked around. Brother Lin Ling, aren't you going to take a rest? Fairy Xianxia saw Lin Ling leaving and couldn't help but ask. I'm just walking around. However, this is not a suitable place to rest. After the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, you'd better leave immediately. Lin Ling did not stop, but he left behind a sentence. This was because he knew that this was actually the base camp of the criminals. Perhaps the criminals had left, but if they returned, they would not be able to escape. Ignore him. This guy is useless except for his arrogance. I think the location of this place is very good. There is a 5 Fingers Mountain guarding the outside. It is impregnable. Even if the criminals pass by here, it would be difficult for them to attack. Yes, we have been rushing along for so long. Let's take a rest. The others looked at Lin Ling with disdain and ignored Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not say much. He walked along the mountain range in search of astral origin stones. Not long after, Lin Ling finally found something under a huge mountain. That mountain peak was like a human finger, and hidden under the mountain peak was a palm-sized astral origin stone. According to legend, this was a divine star that fell from the void of the universe. It was a very rare existence. Lin Ling knew that this astral origin stone could be used to set up a powerful ancient divine array. It could also be used to forge divine artifacts. Perhaps, this was the reason why Snow Wind Academy needed this astral origin stone. Alright, the Academy's mission is completed. I have also won the bet with teacher Zhou Lin. After keeping the astral origin stone, Lin Ling smiled. Now, it was time to look at the Maha Mantra. After that, he walked back to the group, intending to bid farewell to Fairy Xianxia. Towards Fairy Xianxia, he naturally did not have any feelings for her. He just could not bear to reject her good intentions. However, just as he returned to the palm of the 5 Fingers Mountain, Lin Ling realized that something was wrong. Hee, you guys have guts. You actually dare to come under the crepe myrtle star. Because a pair of huge eyes appeared in the sky. This pair of eyes had a strange magical power. The pupils were spinning like whirlpools. As long as you looked at it, you would be lost in it. The surrounding scene also changed, making people feel as if they had come to the underworld. The gray sky, the dead silent earth, everything was silent, making people feel extremely depressed. What happened? There are criminals coming. Everyone was shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. 6 great god eyes of the universe, reincarnation god eyes. Zhuang Yanming was very knowledgeable. At this moment, he let out a dignified voice. In the sky, the spinning eyes were the reincarnation god eyes. It was one of the strongest eye talents in the universe. Break for me. However, the people present were not weak. A few of them immediately took action, creating a storm that blew away all the illusions around them. The surroundings returned to the 5 Fingers Mountain. However, Zhuang Yanming and the rest were all stunned.